provides both ends. The two opening batsmen are just walking in. So both the openers are in the middle and they're ready to take strike. Rowan Evans and Ivan Rees and Willie Van Zyl will be bowling from the commentator's end. First ball outside the off stump, and batsman has a crack at it out on the offside. They change over for 2 runs. So the runs have started to flow from the first delivery. Van Zyl seems like a medium slow bowler, and again outside the off stump, cuts it for a single. Rowan Evans taking strike for the first time of the day. Pushed on the leg, finds a fielder, no run. Van Zyl has his low nagging deliveries, pitching it at the right spot, not giving the batsman any chance to free their arms. This time wrapping the pad. Again, Rowan Evans very watchful, pushing that ball forward, and no runs. That's the end of the first over. 3 runs taken in that over and no wickets lost so far. The umpires this morning are Martin Betts and Daryl O'Sullivan, 2 experienced campaigners standing at this game today. So the second over is being bowled by Trevor Britton. He's bowling from the Old Mutual end, or the far end of the cricket ground from us. His medium to slow deliveries, pitches it up to Ivan Rees and drives it and finds a fielder. that's a full toss, and the umpire calls it a no ball, and we have a free hit. That's hit on the leg side. A lovely pickup and hit. He pulls it for 4 runs. First aggressive stroke this morning. Reese finds the short delivery and pulls it. Namibian bowlers this morning giving the batsman the leeway to score with minimum threat. This time there's a misfield. Reese pulls it, and the mid-wicket fielder misfields, and they collect 2 runs. 2 more to the total. 10 without loss. That's down the leg. Umpire calls it a wide. Finds the fielder. Ivan Reeves drives it back. This time Britton pitches it in front of the batsman, trying to play defensively. Not a decisive stroke. Ball wraps on his pad. Overpitched and driven past the bowler. Mid-on picks it up. They get 1 run, and that's the end of the second over. 12 for no loss. Wales won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Seems like it's good batting condition out there. Batsmen haven't been threatened so far by the 2 bowlers, Willie Van Zyl and Trevor Britton. Van Zyl to Reese. Reese pulls it, finds a fielder. No run. Again, outside the off stump, pushes and gets a comfortable single. Reese still is struggling to find a line, and that's a shout, and the umpire turns it down. Evans wraps it on his pad. This time Evans cautious, pushing it back to the bowler. Again on the pads. Reese is kind of slow. That might be putting the batsman in 2 minds. They are to come on the front or the back, creating doubt. And this time Evans pushes it on his back foot to the offside, and that's the end of the third over. 13 for no loss. It's fantastic weather out here. Trevor Britton to Ivan Reese, drives it, finds the fielder at cover point. Tries a plate on the leg side, wraps it on the pad, and no runs. He's got a slip going right now. One slip and backward of point. An extra cover, a mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket, deep mid wicket. They have a fielder between long on and mid off. Long on and mid on. They got a short third man. This is the first power play, the 15 overs. 3 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. We are seeing one fielder. That's the deep mid wicket on the boundary line. This time Reese pulls it, and that's 4 runs. That's ball short, and Reese pulls it. 4 more to the total. The Welshmen are sailing quite comfortably. They are going at 4.43. That's outside the off stump. Umpire calls it a wide. Again, pulls it, and there could be 6 runs. What a stroke. Ivan Reese sees that short ball and pulls it over mid wicket, and that's 6 runs. At the end of the 4th over, the Welsh team is 24 for no loss. So currently the Welshmen are going at 6 runs per over, and Van Zyl, short outside the off stump, cuts it for a single. Evans quite happy to watch what's happening on the other end, just gives a single to Reese. Reese drops it, and that's a good single. It's a good run by both batsmen. They saw the opportunity. Defensive stroke. Evans. On the back foot. Hits it hard on outside the off stump. That might reach the boundary line. Teasing the fielder. He pulls it in right at the last minute. And they cross over to 2 runs. The batsmen are going pretty comfortably this morning. Not seeing any threat by the bowlers. Made so far. Van Zyl ends another over, and the Welshmen are 28 for no loss at the end of the 5th over. Change in bowling from the far end. It's Isidore Titus replacing Trevor Britton. He'll be bowling to the in-form Ivan Rees. Ivan Rees is on 22 off of 18 deliveries with that magnificent 6 he hit over mid-wicket. Titus right arm over medium slow. Has a leg side drift to his bowling and swept well by Rees for 2 more runs. Again, you see that ball taken on the full, but well fielded. Mid on. Batsman still cross over for a single. So the Welshman making a good call this morning, won the toss and decided to bat, and making good on their decision so far. They're cruising at a comfortable level. There's no threat so far by the bowlers. Batsmen are playing their strokes, I would like to say, kind of freely. And this time outside the off stump. Titus pitches it up. Evans tried to cut it, but doesn't make contact. That makes the captain to bring a slip fielder in. I think the slip fielder is a little too deep to the liking of the bowler's speed. This time they get a single. Evans plays it on the offside. Van Zyl to continue from the commentator's box end. It'll be Rowan Evans who'll be facing his 32 for no. outside the off stump. There's width in it, and the batsman cuts it for 2 runs. Namibians should look for tactics to get a wicket, because right now it seems like they're waiting for the batsman to make a mistake. But it's not happening. With the type of bowling they have, the batsmen, they're quite comfortable to push it around and keep this scoreboard rotating. Just like at that occasion, they get another single in the occasional boundaries. This is adding on to the total. Namibia, an up and coming cricketing nation in the world scene. They did qualify for the recent World Cup. That's picked on the full, comes down the wicket and hits past mid on and goes for 2 runs. And it is also good to see the past cricketers of Namibia still being interested in the game and playing it at this level, while their younger team is doing far better than what they were in the past. And that's short, pulled. That is 4 runs, 4 more to Rees. Rees seems to be the more aggressive out of the 2. He's on 31 out of 25 deliveries, and that's the end of the 7th over. The Wales team is 41 for no loss at the end of the 7th over. They're taking maximum use of this power play, hitting the ball and penetrating the 30-yard circle. Titus has a kind of a square arm action. The ball kind of drifts to the leg side but ends up in the middle. This time outside the off stump. Evans lets it go. Wraps it on his pad and is given. Evans was in 2 minds. That's a good delivery. That's a good delivery, drifted from leg to off. Evans in 2 minds, going forward and wraps it on his pad. And that's the first wicket for the Welshman. Evans So the new batsman in is Kerry Shahal. Kerry Shahal is the left-handed batsman. He'll be facing Isidore Titus. 41 for 1. So for those who are joining us just about now, you're watching this live streaming from South Africa, Cape Town, South Africa. This is the over 50 World Cup match played between Namibia and Wales. Both teams have not registered a victory this tournament, and this will be their first opportunity. It's outside the off stump. Kerry Shaw just lets go to the wicket keeper. Isidore Titus is maintaining a good line, on the off, and this time it's middle and leg, tucks it away to short third man and gets 1 run. And that's the end of the 8th over. And Willie Van Zyl to continue from the commentator's box end. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Kerry Shahal. Shahal pushes it on the offside with confidence, but finds the fielder. Played down defensively. Again on the back foot, forces it onto the offside, finds the fielder. Claps it on the pad, and he's given. Van Zyl gets his first wicket, and Kerry Shahal is out LBW without scoring any runs. I beg your pardon, with 1 run. Kerry Shahal's short stay of 6 deliveries comes to an end with that LBW. He scored 1 run. Willie Van Zyl gets his first wicket. Seems like the Welshmen have turned the tides. They've got 2 quick wickets. The new batsman is skipper John Jones. Jones will be facing Willie Van Zyl, where Namibia, the Welshmen were cruising comfortably, and all of a sudden they've found themselves in a situation where they have to think and rebuild. But they still have Evan Reeves on the other side. John Jones tries to cut it on the offside. Down the leg side, and may have touched the pads of the batsman. Umpire doesn't call it a wide. And that's the end of the ninth over. The Welshmen are 42 for 2. What a difference a couple of overs did to them. They lost 2 wickets. They were cruising smoothly. It seems like Ivan Rees has found his footing today, and he is batting comfortably. A leg side drift, and that's wide delivery called on the leg side. Isidore Titus. Taken on the full, kind of a slog sweep for a single. The skipper cuts it on the offside, uppishly, but falls short of the fielder. Again, I think John Jones is kind of poking his bat rather than playing a stroke. This time he lets it go. Outside the off stump, close. It is a wide. The umpire calls it a wide. On the leg side, this time the umpire doesn't call it a wide. Maybe there was a slight nick on the pad. Wicketkeeper collects it neatly. There's no appeal either. Again, outside the off stump, he lets it go to the wicketkeeper. That's the end of the 10th over. 45 for 2. The Welshmen are scoring at a rate of 4.5 per over. There is a constant breeze across this field. Weather cooler when you're sitting in the shade, but it's definitely bright and sunny out in the field, and I'm sure the batsmen and the fielders are enjoying the conditions here at Pineland Cricket Stadium at Cape Town, South Africa. Meanwhile, Evans pulls it for a single. Again, John Jones not sure what response to provide. Plays it back to the fielder on the front foot. Again, tossed up, played defensively. Van Zyl is doing good on this over. Outside the off stump and cuts it. Can't beat the fielder. That's the end of the 11th over. 42 for 2. 46 for 2. Titus to Evans, to Evan Rees. Again, drifting towards the leg stump. Rees pushes it back to the fielder, to the bowler, who fields it by himself. The batsman get a single. At this point, Namibia will be happy to have John Jones on strike, then have Rees. The skipper is playing a defensive line, while Rees is more concerned about scoring runs and placing the ball in the right areas. Also, we saw some aggressive stroke play by him earlier on. Rees is on 34 off of 28 deliveries. John Jones attempts to cut it on the front foot, misses it, and the wicketkeeper collects it in no runs. On the front foot, pushes it to a cover point position, and no runs. Again, cuts it, misses, and that's the end of another over. That's end of the 12th over, 47 for 2. The Welsh team is going at 3.92 at the moment. They dropped from an earlier run rate. The first 5 overs they had 6 runs per over. Remember, both these teams haven't registered a victory up to now, and today it's going to happen. One team or the other is going to win. Again, plays defensively. Van Zyl bowling to Ivan Rees. That's full toss and hits it right back to the fielder. It's a missed opportunity. And this time he comes down the wicket and hits it again, finds the fielder. All of a sudden, Ivan Rees is finding it hard to penetrate the fielding cordon, 30-yard circle. This time hits it hard. Again, goes to a fielder, but they manage to get a single. Long on picks it up and returns it to the bowler. That's a better delivery. The batsman was in 2 minds. I think there was some gripping on the wicket. This time there was a little bit of bounce. Van Zyl. And that's the end of the 13th over, 48 for 2. Welshman won the toss this morning and decided to bat. And they were cruising quite comfortably the first few overs. Once they started losing their wickets, things have calmed down and the run rate has dropped. Evans, Ivan Rees, who's done the bulk of the scoring, is facing Titus. This time on the leg side, pushes it back to the bowler, picks it up, no runs. Titus drifts it on the leg side, and Ivan Rees pushes it past mid-on for a single. Titus medium slow deliveries, has a leg side. Bowls it on the leg. That's swept to short third man for a single by John Jones, the skipper. And this time on the offside, and Reese hits it on the up, and they get 3 runs. That was good running between wickets. Down the leg, umpires not being that strict with the leg side wide ball, and it was not called a wide. Jones cuts it, and a misfield. They cross over for a single. 54 for 2. And that brings the end of the 14th over. The last over before drink break. The first drink break and end of the first power play. The skipper has decided to bowl Willie Van Zyl out. He is on his 7th over. It's on this 8th over, outside the off stump. Jones cuts it, finds a fielder, no runs. This time on the pads, glances it. There's a short fielder, a short backward point, a short again on the offside, drives it, no runs. Outside the off stump, cuts it, finds a fielder, no runs. Plays it defensively, John Jones. This is the last over before drink break, being cautious. Full slug sweeps it to mid wicket and gets a single. And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the 15th over, the first power play. Welshmen are 55 for 2. They're going at 3.67 at this point. This morning, the Welsh team won the toss and they decided to bat. Currently, they are at 55 for 2. Welcome back. The first delivery after drink break, and Titus gets a wicket, and John Jones is the skipper is out. LBW. That was a good delivery by Isidore Titus. So the Welshmen are 55 for 3 after having a good start this morning. And this is the 16th over. The new man walking in is Paul Rees to replace his skipper John Jones. Isidore Titus has 2 wickets so far. John Jones scored 3 runs of 29 deliveries. His long vigil came to an end with that LBW. The bowlers, the Namibian bowlers, have come back to strike. Earlier on we saw the 2 opening batsmen going after the bowlers and quite comfortably scoring runs, but the bowlers have come back and got 3 quick wickets, and the Welshmen are at a rebuilding stage now. Titus to Paul Rees outside the off stump. Rees plays it defensively back to the bowler. And that's short and pulls it straight to the fielder. Picks it up and returns it to the wicketkeeper, and no runs. Outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump. There was enough room for the batsman to get on his back foot and cut it, and that's exactly what he does for a couple. The front foot drives it mid off, comes and cuts it off. No runs. Plays it cautiously on the front foot, Paul Rees, and that's the end of the over. A good over for the Namibians. 57 for 3 at the end of the 16th over. Van Zyl to continue. That's a slower delivery, and Rees waits for it and cuts it on the offside, and he wants the second, and they just end up having only 1 run. So far we haven't seen any other batsman playing with ease like Ivan Rees. So it will be good for the Welsh team if the non-strikers or the other batsmen just pushes the singles and give as many opportunities to strike the ball to Ivan Rees. Paul Rees on the leg side, push it, sweeps it, finds a fielder on the leg side, no runs. And that's full toss, and picked it on the full, and it could have been a catch, but the fielder doesn't get to the ball in time, and he picks it up on the boundary line, and batsman cross over for 2 runs. Van Zyl to Rees. That's Paul Rees on the front foot, defensive, pushes the ball back to the bowler. This time down the leg, hits it, but there's a fielder, no runs. Outside the off stump, cuts it in between 2 fielders, and they run for 2 runs. And that's the end of another over. 17 done, 62 for 3. Van Zyl has done his spell of 9 overs. One made in 25 for 1 wicket. Titus to continue. Ivan Rees taking strike. It's a slight field change. They've gotten rid of the slip fielder. This time on the leg side, he pulls it, and pulls it well. Might go to the boundary line. Last minute, cuts it off, and they get 2 runs. Good fielding. He had to run about 15 yards from where he was at along the line, boundary line, and cuts it off with his foot. This time they're adding another fielder on the leg side boundary line. A deep long on, and a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. It's 2 close in fielders, a short third man and a mid on. We also have a long on the boundary line. This time hits it on the leg side, and Van Zyl picks it and sends it back to the fielder on the boundary line, sends it back to the wicket keeper, and the batsman comfortably cross over for 2 runs. Titus maintaining a leg stump line. This time hits it on the offside, well fielded, and extra cover, and no runs. Titus. This time he bowled him. And he has bowled Ivan Rees, the man who has been doing the bulk of the scoring. Ivan Rees is out for 44. That was a good delivery, pitched up. Rees tries to pull it and completely misses the stroke, and the ball hits the wicket. Titus has been bowling a tight line, and he's rewarded with another good wicket. The new man walking in to replace Ivan Rees is Mike Cain. The new man is a left-handed batsman, taking strike. It's going to be Isidore Titus to continue. Forward plays it defensively. Down to a short third man. No run. Or a backward of point position. So the Welshman had a good start this morning. Now things have changed a little bit. The run rate has dropped to 3.67. At one point they were going at 6 runs per over. We are on the 19th over. The projected score at this run rate is 166. And the Welshman would prefer to have a little more than that. The new bowler is Rudy Bergenstock is replacing Willie Van Zyl. Van Zyl bowled 9 overs, got 1 wicket for 25 runs. Bergenstock will be bowling to Paul Rees. So we have a new pair in the middle. Bergenstock has a round arm action, and that's a good delivery, played on the front foot defensively, and no runs. Bergenstock doesn't have much of a run up, a few steps, and that's a good ball again. I don't see any spin in his bowling. It's slow medium. On the front foot, pushes it. No run again. And that's the leg side line, and the batsman sweeps it, finds a fielder, backward of square leg, again plays defensively, trying to shake off his nerves before he starts the stroke play. Outside the off stump, cuts it but finds a fielder, and that was a good over. That was a maiden over by Rudy Bergenstock.
I'll leave my camera here. Should I just sit here or? So I'm.
So good morning. We have Malit Amarasinghe here from the Welsh team here. Welcome to the commentators box, Malit.
Thank you very much.
We would like to have some information about your team and how it all started and where you're at right now. So how is this team doing so far?
Next question.
Well, no. today I know both these teams don't have a victory, so today one way or the other one team is going to end up with a victory.
Let's hope it's us. But yeah, we've trained really hard for this World Cup. Actually, this is my first World Cup, but the boys have been saying that have come on previous ones we're fitter, stronger, better, but that's all relative because I think every team is fitter, better, stronger. So yeah, we've had a.
You guys had a great game against South Africa.
Yeah, we had
really
a tough
competitive game.
So I was doing what they do on Test Match Special, which is pause when they're actually bowling a ball, but maybe I shouldn't do that. No, we've had a tough start with 3 games against Test playing nations. So we played Pakistan on day 1.
Cuts it on the offside, gets a single. Paul Rees. So is Paul Rees and Ivan Rees brothers?
They're not. No. For those of you not from Wales, Rees is a very common name in Wales. It's so it's Jones and a few names like that. So they you might think they're related, but they're not. No. So unless they're brothers from another mother or something like that.
So how much preparations did this team have? Like, have they played together prior to arriving here in country?
No, we're in the middle of our winter in the UK, so in Wales, so we haven't, but all the boys know each other. We've been playing together for at least a year, if not 2. There's a couple of guys that haven't played in the first team yet because they've only just turned 50, but we all know each other from club cricket. We've been training very hard every Sunday from just before Christmas, so we've been training hard. It's just a shame that we haven't got off to the start that we wanted to, but as I said, we had tough opposition to start with. Pakistan, we had them scared a little bit in the game, but they came through.
Yeah, it's always hard to compete with the type of players who have played a lot of first class games and test matches and being exposed to that type of intensive cricket. But it's this tournament is all about gaining experience and
we've had a great time off the field. We just hope to do a little bit better on the field this game and going forward.
So how late have the Welshmen have been partying so far?
Oh no, we haven't done that. Honestly, we haven't done that because this is a bucket list thing for us to do. It's potentially a once in a lifetime opportunity, so we want to make the most of it. And well, maybe we should have had a few more beers and maybe we would have done better. I don't know, but no, we've been very sensible and grown-up adults here.
So, Malit, looking at your last name, I know that you have some Sri Lankan ancestry in you.
Yeah.
So, were you born in England, or are you?
Yeah, I'll just wait for the.
That's swept well for a couple. The ball doesn't beat the fielder to the boundary line. He pulls it back, and that's 2 runs.
Yeah, so I'm 100% Sri Lankan. I was born in Sri Lanka. Mum and dad and all my ancestors are Sri Lankan. I lived there till I was about 6 years old, and then came to the UK, and I've been in Wales since I was about 10. So I've been in Wales for 41 years, I think it is now. I'm 51. So yeah, I've played all my cricket in South Wales, went to school and university in South Wales, and got involved with these boys a couple of years ago when I was 49 as playing in the second team. So yeah,
that's the quite common occurrence throughout this tournament. We see a lot of players from different parts of the world playing for different countries. For an example, the USA team has 3 prolific Sri Lankan cricketers playing for them: Sanjeeva Veerasinha, Jivaka Veerasinha, and Sujit Fernando, who all had played first-class cricket in Sri Lanka, and have, in fact, Sanjeeva Veerasinha also played 1 test for the Sri Lankan team in 1985.
Yeah, we came across the USA team in the Caribbean Cup in Barbados in November, and they actually played the West Indies in the final of that competition at the what's the test ground there? Bridgetown. What's the test ground in Barbados? Kensington Oval. Kensington Oval, and they actually won. And Sanjeeva got 50 and probably was man of the match actually. So they're a very strong team.
Have you guys been sightseeing on your off days?
A few of us have been here before, so not a huge amount. We've tried to, at our age, we need as much rest as we can get, to be honest. So, so we've had a bit of squad rotation, and on the days off, generally people have tried to have a rest. Some of the guys have got partners, wives, family here.
That would have hurt. When Zahil
Big Willie needs to have shin pads on for that, I think.
But he says he's okay.
Yeah, he's hard.
I think the organizers have kind of scheduled these things in a nice way, where they give you all enough rests in between games.
Yeah, definitely.
Tomorrow will be 1 day of game, and then on Tuesday we all get another rest day.
Yeah. I think,
and yesterday was another rest day.
Yeah, I think week 1 was quite tough because there was less rest days in week 1. Going into week 2, I think it alternates, so that's really good for us. That's really good.
That's a good slug sweep, and that's 4 runs
to Reese.
Poor Reese.
That's the first boundary in a while.
It's been quiet for some time after the first wicket fell, and now we are seeing these 2 batsmen trying to accelerate their scoring rate.
I think the plan will be now to maybe rebuild, get a platform, and then accelerate from there. So Reese sweeps again, finer this time. Fielder coming round, makes a great stop. Great stop. Saved a couple of runs there. Reese gets 2, sweeping down the leg side. And fielder 57.
So Malik, going into batting, what do you think the team had in mind when it came to a score or total?
So that's a good question. We've found it difficult to read the wickets here, to be honest. This is probably the driest wicket we've seen at the start of a game. A lot of the others have been quite damp and tacky, and a little bit wet. So I think the toss has been crucial, and unfortunately we've not had much luck with the toss, and we've lost the toss and been stuck in and asked to bat on difficult wickets. In particular, for those of you that might have seen the scorecard from our game against India, where it rained all night, rained all morning, part of the afternoon. The covers came off about 2 o'clock, and we batted at 2:30 on a wicket that looked a bit like a bowls green. So that was a little bit unfortunate. So it's difficult to say, but I think this is probably the best wicket we've had. I spoke to the groundsman. He said that maybe 250, 275, even 300 is a par score on this wicket. So if we can get somewhere in that region, over 200, we'll be happy, and back our bowlers to contain the Namibians.
So Isidore Titus has completed his 9 overs. He gave 31 runs and got 3 good wickets.
Well bowled.
He's been the demolisher this morning, and it's Rudy Bergenstein bowling from the commentators box. And so about your personal cricketing career, Malit.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little about where you started playing cricket and how far did you go on cricket? Did you play county cricket, club cricket?
Yeah, so I started playing cricket in Sri Lanka where I was until about the age of 6, but that's just, during break times and lunch times at school. Came to the UK and I started playing senior cricket or club cricket at my club, which is Chepstow Cricket Club in South Wales. Started off as a 10-year-old there and worked my way up and played senior cricket. Went to university, then as most people do, sort of end up southeast England, sort of London way, and played down there for a few years and came back to Wales about 16 years ago actually. And
And that's a good delivery, and might have taken the edge of the bat. It seems like the wicketkeeper dropped a catch, judging by the reaction of the bowler.
I agree. Maybe this is a bit of luck that we need.
So for those who don't know about the setup of England, there is
Wales.
3 different nations creating Great Britain. It's England, Wales and
Scotland. Yeah.
Okay, so Ireland, is that also part of the United Kingdom, or is
So this is a hot topic now with us leaving.
Okay, so initially it
included
was
Ireland, yes,
okay.
correct. Yeah.
So that's
Scotland have got their own team, Ireland have got their own team,
Okay.
England have got their own team, and Wales have got their own team.
So when it comes to the national team, Wales usually joins the England's national
so
team.
if you're a professional, you would maybe if you live and play in Wales, the professional team is Glamorgan Cricket Club, and if you're good enough to make it to international level from there, you play for England. So we have a gentleman by the name of Matthew Maynard, who was a Glamorgan legend. He scored 20-odd thousand first-class runs. He actually played, I think, 3 or 4 Test matches for England. He's now the head coach of Glamorgan. He's keen to play, and he played a season with us last year. Maybe played about 5-6 games. We were hoping he'd come out here, but unfortunately, Glamorgan. Well, unfortunately for us, but fortunately for Glamorgan, they're in Zimbabwe at the moment on a pre-season tour.
Okay.
So he's with them there, and if it didn't clash, he would have come with us, and that would have been amazing for us. Because I think the sides that have got international players and good first-class players, their strength and quality show through, as Pakistan did for us, India did for us, and South Africa, especially yesterday. Not yesterday, a couple of days ago. We put on a decent total, and it would have actually been a really good game. They needed probably about 6s from 15 overs to go. If we squeezed them, then run rate would have gone up, but it's a big fella that came in at number 4 called Mornay. I forget, Silius, I think his surname is.
Yes.
Mornay Silius. And honestly, he took the game away from us from about the second ball. He just hit
big 6s.
big levers, big strong lad, and the ball, I was fielding on the boundary, and the ball just kept going over my shoulders and my neck, and I got a bit of neck ache at one stage looking over my head, But great innings. He got 54 not out in 30 balls and took the game away from us, and well played South Africa. But we gave him a bit of a scare and took a bit of pride from that, having had a poor performance against India the game before.
So Isidore Titus is being replaced by Cobus Bosman.
It's a good shot by Rees, straight through covers, slight misfield, and he gets a single for that. So Michael Cann on strike now, facing the new bowler for the first time.
So I've seen South Africans. They have some excellent fast bowlers.
Correct.
You know, these conditions here in South Africa does support some good fast bowling. Do you think that the lack of bowlers in that category is hurting you all in this tournament?
I think I'll just wait for this ball. So Michael Cann facing, full ball on the stumps, flick to the leg side, gone to mid wicket, and Cann jogs through for an easy single. I think these are very different wickets to the ones we're used to. This is hard and fast compared to what we're used to. So it's actually even things out a little bit. If you've got a pace bowler on a good wicket, you can play through the line. And when I bat, I prefer to face a bit of pace than.
And that's hit hard, a slog sweep, and that's just over the fielder's head and 6 runs.
Slog sweep from Rees, gone over cow corner for 6. Don't know if it cleared the fielder or whether he fumbled it on the line, but it certainly went for 6. And I'm sure we'll take that and he'll take that.
It could have been a single-handed catch if he had attempted it that way, rather than trying to go with both hands, because it was going over the ropes. Full toss on the leg side, hits it again.
Straight to deep square leg.
Just a single at that time.
Maybe that 6 could have been one of those, you know, where they catch the ball, fall over the line, throw it back in, come back in and catch the ball. I don't know.
Could have been that he should have that athleticism.
Maybe
he would have had it 20 years ago, maybe.
30 maybe.
Maybe. You know, when you reach 50, the funny part is that your mind wants to do a lot of things, but your body doesn't help you or support you, and you've lost your reflexes.
I think mentally we're still 21, but physically we're in our 50s, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's part and parcel of being old. You know,
mature.
That's a better way to say it. Cobus Bosman. This time it's a good delivery. That's a close call and he's out.
Yeah.
Another LBW. I beg your pardon, that was Rudy Bergenstock. And Paul Rees is out, LBW. He scored 24 of 31.
That's a shame for Paul, actually. He was going nicely, and the sweep shot is one of his go-to shots, and he normally gets hold of that. But I think, yeah, it seemed a little bit full, missed it, and from where I can see, it looked pretty adjacent, so not a difficult decision for the umpire.
I think given the dampness of the wicket, or at least the way it is right now, there is some sticking taking place. You know, the ball is not coming as a batsman would expect it to come off the bounce. Maybe that was the reason why that ball stuck his pad. He was quick to play the stroke.
Yeah, the incoming batsman is Simon Wood, and I hear about commentators' curses, but I'll say this for now, that in the South Africa game yesterday, day before yesterday, these are the 2 guys that saved our bacon, really. We were in a spot of bother. They came in, put on I think 111 for something like the 5th wicket, I think it was. Michael Cann, left-hander at this end, commentator's end, getting 67, I think. Simon Wood at the other end from Pembrokeshire, West Wales. It was his first knock, I think, of the tournament, possibly, and he made a magnificent 54, I think 56. And these 2, dare I say it, the 2 players in nick, so hopefully they can carry on that rich vein of form and see us through to a decent total.
So who would you say that are the most accomplished cricketers in your team, in the sense who have played county or national or cricket overseas or
I think
of that nature?
I think there's sometimes not a correlation between the standard you play and this level because it's a different skill set, I think. So Wood facing his first ball, short outside off stump, he cuts it straight to deep point. Fielder collects, throws in straight to the keeper, 1 run to Wood, gets off the mark with his first ball. I think in our team, probably the most prolific player is our captain, Ewan Rees, joint captain. He's ranked in the top 10 in over-50s cricket, bats, bowls, good fielder, bit of a golden boy really, so we do rely on him heavily for both bat and ball. So Can facing now, full outside off stump, pats it back to the bowler, no run.
So that's what I've witnessed so far. I mean, no other batsmen have been so comfortable batting out there than even Rees.
Yeah.
So
full toss outside off stump to Can. He slog sweeps that to the boundary. Great fielding, deep square leg. Picks it up on the half volley, throws it in. 1 run to Can. Good cricket.
We all have that nervous few moments when we go in to bat at the beginning.
Yeah.
I didn't see that in Reeves. Even Reeves, he was quite comfortable from the first delivery itself.
Absolutely, he's the man in nick at the moment because he got a few runs in the Pakistan game. No one really got any runs in the India game because we got rolled over. He got 100 retired against Canada in a friendly. It's one-day international, but outside of the World Cup that we played. So Simon Wood facing short outside off stump, wide ball. Easy decision for the umpire there. And he I think got a 50 in the Pakistan game, so he's the one in the run, so that's probably why he's looking confident, but he's a very accomplished batsman anyway. So shot down the leg side,
Swept, could be a boundary. Fielder's going after it, but the ball stops close to the boundary line, picks it and returns it to the keeper. 2 runs.
Yeah, so we do rely on Ewan, but we've got, honestly, our team, we bat down to 9, 10, almost 11. So we've got a good solid batting lineup, rely heavily on spin, so the wickets hopefully for us today will make it conducive for spinners this afternoon, and we'll be able to defend the total we have.
Rudy Bergenstock, I beg your pardon. Rudy Bergenstock operating from the commentator's box end. Mike Can.
He's taking his time.
Scored 9 runs so far. Last ball of the over.
Short outside off stump. Leaves it. Dot ball. Good over.
At the end of the 25th over, it's 97 for 5.
So Michael Can played a couple of seasons for Glamorgan as a professional, back at home. And then I think he spent 5-6 years in South Africa as an overseas player. And I want to say it was Orange Free State that he played for at the time, but I think the name has changed now. Is it just called Free State, possibly? Yeah. So what is now Free State, what was Orange Free State, he was a professional over here, so he's got a lot of friends that he's playing against here, especially in the South African team. Like Cohn, I think the skipper.
Oh, Louis Kuhn.
Kuhn, correct. Down the leg side, first ball to Can, umpire signals wide. Keeper does well to get something on it to stop it from going for anything more than that. Can facing. Full ball, leg stump, patted back to mid-wicket, dot ball, no run.
Bosman maintaining a middle and leg line.
Can facing again. Fullish ball outside off stump, cut away to deep cover. Fielder collects, throws back in, and the batsman jog through for an easy single. 1 run to Can.
How's the injuries looking in the side so far? You guys still good?
Well, we planned for a lot of things, but we didn't plan for people getting a bug in the hotel. And so that was Wood chopped the ball from outside off stump, behind point,
They ran for
comes
2
back for a
runs.
second. Well run. 2 to Wood. Yeah, so we're in a Lagoon Beach Hotel in Milnerton, and over the last week or so, various members of our team plus the South African team are okay, Australian team, England, New Zealand and other hotels have come down with a bit of a bug, so we've been spending more time on the toilet than we'd like to. Wood short outside off stump, cuts again, behind point. It'll be an easy 2 as the fielder gathers and throws in. Another 2 to Wood. Yeah, so we've been spending a little bit more time on the toilet than we planned to. We have picked up a couple of injuries actually. One of our lads unfortunately got an eye injury which prevented him from coming before the tour, a week or so before. One of our bowlers has injured his rotator cuff, I think, so we're down a couple. So we could have done without the bug, but we've managed to get through, and I think hopefully, touch wood, most people are on the mend now.
So the Wales team just went past 100 in that over, in this current over. Current run rate is 3.99. It's gone up slightly.
So Wood facing, short outside off stump again, punches through cover, vacant cover to deep cover. Fielder gathers, throws in, and Wood runs through for an easy single.
End of the 26th over, 104 for 5.
So Can and Wood re-establishing a partnership like they did against South Africa a couple of days ago, and hopefully these guys will be able to keep going for another 10 overs or so and then look to accelerate.
Exactly, that should be the plan right now. The Welsh team cannot afford to lose any quick wickets at this moment. There has to be some stability in the inning. Rudy Bergenstein outside the off stump and cuts it. And that could end up getting, they could end up getting 2 runs. They do end up getting 2 runs.
I think they did well to turn a 3 into a 2 there.
They did well to do that.
Maybe a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So Wood facing again. Bowling from the commentator's end. Short outside off stump again. Tries to play the same shot but misses. Goes through to the keeper. Dot ball. No run.
Rudy Bergenstock. Pushes it on the offside. Finding a fielder. It's obviously not a, they're not in a position where they have to panic right now. They still can rebuild the inning, and maybe they have plenty of overs to accelerate later on. We are on the second power play, and 4 fielders are allowed outside the circle. So far we are seeing only 1 fielder down the boundary line. 2 fielders, 1 on the off and 1 on the leg side of the batsman.
The one on the offside fields that ball, deep point, and Simon Wood takes an easy single. It's a wide ball down the leg side, potentially a second run. No. So Rudy bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, going down the leg side. He gave the keeper no chance there really, so an easy wide decision by the umpire. going to start coming back. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Wood. Comes in, foolish delivery on the leg stump, flicks to a straight mid-on, straight to the fielder, dot ball, no run, end of the over.
So 27 overs done so far, 109 runs for 5 wickets. The projected score at this run rate is 180. Do you think your team will be satisfied with that total?
Probably not, if I'm honest. I think we'd look to go over the 200 mark. We've got a strong long tail actually, so hopefully if we don't lose any more wickets, we'll be outside off stump to Can, who missed time, pulls it to square leg. They come through for a quick single. Wood's easily there, so 1 run to Can. Yeah, I think with 27 overs gone now, if we get into about the 35th over or so and we haven't lost many more wickets, I think that'll be a good platform for us to accelerate and maybe look to get over 200.
That'll be a good strategy if these two batsmen can stay until about the 35th over. Just keep pushing the singles and not take any risks. I haven't seen the bowlers being that threatening.
Correct.
Some of these dismissals can be blamed on the batsman. This time they push it on the leg side, gets a single.
Leg by, yes, correct. Yeah, the feedback I've had from the batsmen that have been in and out is that it's a very slow wicket and there's no pace on the ball, so they've had to create the pace, and sometimes that's difficult. So you don't want to come down the wicket and miss it. You've got to stay in your crease and you try and sweep to get some pace on the ball, and that's how some of them have had the downfall. So
that's a full toss. Hit back past the bowler, it might end up being a boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah. A welcome boundary for Wales, I think. Michael Can punching the ball back between the bowler and the batsman through slightly on the leg side. Yeah, sorry, non-striker. And a welcome boundary for Wales, so takes a bit of pressure off. A couple of more singles and a 2 maybe here, then we've got a good over for Wales here.
That should be the strategy. The boundaries would come as long as you stay in the wicket.
Bosman bowling a good ball, good reply there. Full on the off stump. Michael Can pats it back to him. No run.
Pushed on the offside for a single.
Yeah, well run. Well run. 1 to Can. Bosman coming in, right arm over the wicket now to the right-handed Wood.
Bosman being a little bit on the expensive side, going at 8.13. This is his 3rd over. Driven on the front foot, finds a fielder and no runs.
Well fielded, well fielded. End of the over, I think. 116 for 5 off 28, is that right? Cool.
Simon Wood on 11 and Mike Can on 16. Mike Can has faced 25 balls so far for his 16 runs. The run rate has gone up to 4.14. Rudy Bergenstock bowling from our end, commentator's box end. Medium slow deliveries, goes around the wicket to the left-hander.
Can sweeps to the man on the 45 for a quick single. Well played, well run. 1 to Can. Wood facing, short outside off stump, pushes straight to cover, no run.
Bergenstock with his square arm action bowls it wide on the offside, and umpire calls it a wide.
Not a difficult decision for the umpire there, I don't think. It's very wide.
Again, push gently on the leg side for a single.
One to Wood.
Seems like Mike Can and Simon Wood has got the concept. They are
Carrying on where they
gently-
left off.
They're gently pushing for the singles and hitting the loose balls when warranted. Not taking any risks. And also I see the sun has baked the pitch a little bit, and it might be coming a little easier than it did this morning. At the 30th over, right? This is the 29th.
Well fielded. Outside off stump. Can pulls it straight to mid on, who dives to save a couple of runs there.
So that's the end of the 29th over. 119 for 5. So this morning Wales won the toss and they decided to bat, and currently they had 119 for 5 at the end of the 29th over, and this is the last over before the second drink breaks and the second power play. It's Cobus Bosman bowling from the far end. Has a little run up, full toss, played on the leg side. So again, you are joined here at Pitch Vision. This is the Over-50 Veterans World Cup being held in Cape Town, South Africa. The game is between Namibia and Wales. Both these teams haven't registered a victory in this tournament yet, and it's going to happen today.
Wood back on strike, Bosman to come right arm over the wicket. He bowls down the leg side, Wood leaves it, keeper takes it well, umpire signals wide.
Another extra to the Wales team.
Full ball from Bosman, Wood gets on the front foot, taps it back to bowler, no run. Yeah, Wood and Can carrying on where they left off against South Africa, so this is good to see for Wales. Short, wide, outside off stump, keeper fumbles it, but it's wide enough for the umpire to signal a wide, an extra again to Wales. Wood on strike. Bosman short outside off stump. Wood punches it to deep cover, who fields, and they run through for an easy single.
Two more balls to go before drinks break. Bosman comes around the wicket for the left-hander. cuts it neatly to the fielder in the deep. Just one run. Bright sunshine and a cool breeze blowing across this field. Ideal conditions to play and watch cricket.
So Bosman comes in for the last ball of the over.
It's a close call. Appeal for a catch behind, but turned down by the umpire. So that's the second drink break. A 125 for 5 at the end of the 30th over. We're back after the drink break. The Welshman will continue with Mike Kane, who is on 19, and Simon Wood, who is on 14. They've been very cautious, building their innings. After a good start, the Welshman went through a collapse. Mike Kane and Simon Wood, using their experience to stabilize the inning. 125 for 5.
You got me.
It's Rudy Bergenstock to continue.
There was a guy.
with his right arm. Slow medium. Pushes it on the back foot. Doesn't go to the intended place. Nevertheless, collects a single. Mike Can. Simon Wood pushes it on the leg side for a single. 127 for 5. This time it's a little short and pulled on the leg side. Finds a fielder on the boundary line. 1 run. Mike Can, the left-hander, moves on to 21. Full toss, glanced on the leg side, finds the deep mid wicket on the boundary line, adds 1 more run to the total. Simon Wood moves on to 16. Again on the back foot, cuts it, finds a fielder. Rudy Bergenstein on his 7th over. He's given away 23. Bergenstock, I beg your pardon. The 7th over. He's given away 24 runs so far. And that's the end of the 31st over. 130 for 5. After deciding to bat this morning. A few spectators around this field watching the game, enjoying the beautiful day Cape Town has produced. Bosman taken on the full and played neatly on the leg side. They run for 2 runs. That was good running. Again on the full. Hit uppishly between fielders. The ball is traveling towards the boundary line but pulled at the last minute. They managed to get 3 runs. That was good running. The fielder had to run quite a bit to gather the ball. Simon Wood facing Bosman. Bosman has been bowling some full tosses the last few deliveries. Plays it down the leg side. Short third man picks it up. The batsman cross over for a single. The runs are coming quite comfortably for the Welshman. On the full, drives it past the bowler to a deep mid-off position, gets a single. Change of field, bringing a point fielder in. This time he cuts it straight to the fielder and no runs. Plays it down the leg side for a single. It's a good stroke. And that's the end of another Cobus Bozeman over. It's 32, 138 for 5. That's a wide delivery by Rudy Bergenstock. Starts off with a wide. And tucks it on the leg side. Fielder gets around it. No run. Bergenstock again on the off stump, and cuts it. Simon Wood cuts it, no runs.
Now Paul in Africa.
Simon Wood cuts it and could be a run out. It's a mix-up between the batsmen. Had the ball reached the wicket-keeper, it would mean another wicket for the Namibians. Fortunately, the batsman decided against the run, and that was a good fielding. Pushed on the front foot. Ball goes to mid-off. No run. Back foot driven again. This time it goes to the fielder. There is a little bit of panic between the two batsmen. They've been doing good so far, but all of a sudden they're finding it a little hard when it comes to calling the run. That's the end of the 33rd over, 139 for 5. for Bosman on the leg side. Mike Can picks it on the full and wants the third, but they decide against it. Outside the off stump and cuts it really well, but finds a fielder on the boundary line and get a single. Mike Can taking charge of this stroke play. Simon Wood aptly supporting him. This is outside the off stump. Lets it go to the wicket keeper. The ball kind of kept low. I think there are some spots on the wicket. I did see some cracks this morning. Maybe the ball struck one of them. And this time on the full, drives it outside the off stump. They walk for a single. Mike Can and Simon Wood.
Wide and 6 dots.
So that's played over the bowler's head, and that's again hesitation. These two batsmen since lately have got this thing running between the wickets. There seems to be some hesitation at some points. This is the third or the fourth occasion that happened. They've been going really well so far. Maybe the plan was to accelerate the scoring rate.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Exactly it. They're trying to, in the third power play, maybe up the run rate, and a bit of hesitation between the two batsmen. I think all is well at the moment, but we don't need a run out now.
Where do I check that over here? Why?
Definitely yes.
Go back goal. That was Bosman's loss over.
Hit on the offside. That's a good shot.
Will it get to the line? Probably not. No.
Seems like the field is not supporting the stroke play.
Very good shot for two, I have to say. Very good shot for two.
This is one of the slowest outfields I've seen in the tournament so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that could have been a boundary in a different field. And this time he finds the fielder. Simon Wood playing second fiddle to Mike Can. Mike Can is the and that
Uphill for leg
that's the more aggressive batsman out of the two. Can has 33 out of 43 balls, and Simon Wood is on 21 off of 37 deliveries. That's full toss on the leg side. It's a missed opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Simon Wood feels he's missed out there. Full toss leg stump, probably should have been 4, but clothed it to the guy at 45 on the leg side.
Hits it on the off, but still finds the fielder. And that's the end of another over by Rudy Bergenstock. 147 for 5. At the end of the 35th over, we got 10 more overs to go in this inning. The current run rate is 4.20. Mike Can on 33 and Simon Wood on 21. That's the projected score.
I don't know about you, but I sense a little bit of maybe frustration that they're finding the fielders at the moment. So I think if these two can stabilise and build a platform to go, you know, I think that the running between the wickets probably a sign of that.
And they're not updating. It's updated. Is it updated? Okay.
They can still go for another 3 or 4 overs the way they are going right now.
Yeah, I agree.
There
I
is
agree.
no need to take any risks. Even the score is that seems to be a decent score for this ground. 147 for 5.
Still Bosman from the top end. Yeah. He's coming in bowling to the left-handed Can, right arm around the wicket. Coming in past the umpire. Short leg stump. Can pulls it backward a square. This might run to the boundary. Fielder gets round.
That
and
goes past the fielder for
Yeah.
4 runs.
Yeah.
So that's
Diving
another
stop,
boundary to
but,
the total. That brings the 150 for the Welshman.
the 4 to Michael Can. I think this is a. They say with the pros, don't they? If you're going to get a boundary, get it in the first or the second ball. Takes all the pressure off. So now let's see how he plays this. If he nudges the 1s and the 2s, and with that 4 taking the pressure off the run rate early on in the over. In response, the Namibian captain has put a man deep on the leg side, deep mid-wicket. And he's moved a man from the offside to the leg side, so protecting the leg side a little bit more. Got a 5-4 leg side field. Bosman comes in, full toss leg stump. Can clips it to deep mid-on, sorry. Fielder comes in nicely, saves a second run, so 1 to Can. 5 off 2 balls this over so far. Right-handed Wood facing. Bosman comes right arm over the wicket. Slight change of field. Deep mid-wicket for the left-hander, comes in to extra cover.
Seeing fielders right around the boundary line. Maybe the fielding side is kind of sensing that the batsman might decide to go after the bowlers. They've used the maximum allowed fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
Straight to ball from Bosman. Wood flicks it to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, no run.
That's well fielded.
Squirted out to the offside, just behind point. Good stop there, saved a run. Wood gets a single, Brings Can back on strike, the left-hander. So Bosman goes right arm around the wicket again. One ball to go?
Yep.
Yeah, last ball of the over. It's difficult to get your run up wrong with off 3 paces, but Bosman managed to do that.
On the off,
Good shot.
drives it and finds a fielder. That's the end of the 36th over, 153 for 5. At this point, the Welshmen are looking at a score 200 plus. It's quite gettable. Depends on how these 2 batsmen proceed the next 3 overs. They have half of the team still intact, and according to Mullet, they have a strong tail who can bat.
Wait, this is a new bowler.
Yes.
50.
Smooth.
Yeah, I agree. We have a long, strong tail. Literally 1 to 11 can bat. So I think this is. I think Wales in a much better position now than we were after 10-15 overs. It's a good platform now, and if these 2 guys can take it deep into the innings, we've got some guys that can hit a long ball. So hopefully the run rate can accelerate towards the latter end of the innings.
So the new bowler is Melt Van Scooter. Right arm off spin from the commentator's box end. Scooter will be bowling to the right-handed Simon Wood. Straight away starts off with the leg side line. Umpire calls it a wide. A lot of encouragements going around in the field for the bowler. That tossed up.
Good reply by Scooter. Full off stump, dot ball.
I think it's pronounced sure. Unsure.
Again, finding the fielder. One sure. That's two more runs to the Welshman. That brings up 156 for 5.
Yeah, Simon Wood cutting the ball behind point for 2 runs.
Batsmen are gradually starting accelerate their run rate, pushing the ones more aggressively. So one more to Simon Wood.
Brings Michael Can, the left-hander, on strike. And Shaw bowling to him for the first time. Change of field. Puts a man out, 2 men out on the leg side. 1 just backward a square on the leg side. 1 cow corner, I would say.
Strengthening the leg side field.
Right, very much. They've been very alert in the field actually, both ground fielding.
Bowls it on the leg stump. Mike Can. On the back foot, pushes it to a deep point position, gets a single.
End of the over. 158 for 5 after 37 overs.
Yes.
So 8 overs left of the innings. Be interesting to see how they play these next couple of overs before we go into the last 5. I think from a Wales perspective, the longer these guys can bat for, I think the more runs we'll get.
Pretty sure they had a discussion at the middle of the wicket as to how to proceed the next few overs.
So Bosman comes in, right arm around the wicket, left-handed can, full ball on the stumps, flicks it to deep mid-on, and the fielder gathers, throws in, and they jog through for an easy single, one to can. Simon Wood, 33 on his back. Facing now, Bosman right arm over the wicket. He's got 2 men on the leg side boundary, 3 men on the leg side boundary. Chops the ball off the stumps to Point, who gathers, and they jog through for an easy single. 160 for 5. Bosman in now to the left-handed can, right arm around the wicket. He bowls.
And hits it, and that's a lucky miss.
I think they
And
might
they
have to
get-
run, it's not going to go to the boundary. So Can tried an expansive cover drive, I think, and got an edge, went over the keeper's shoulder and directly towards us here in, I was going to say the commentary box, but we're not in a box. We're commentating under a parasol in the sun. But yeah, came directly towards the commentators, let's say. So Bosman comes in, down the leg side. Keeper misses it.
Could be
Sure, this will be signalled. Oh, come off the
leg
pad.
buys.
Come off the pad. So leg buys, no wide. So 1 leg by there. Bosman now coming in. A couple of balls left in his over. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Wood. He bowls. Short outside off stump. Wood leaves it. Dot ball. Bosman comes in, last ball of the over.
Hits it hard back to the bowler. And that's the end of the over. That was a good over from the Namibian perspective. Bosman has bowled 8 overs so far for 52 runs. He has nothing in his wickets column. Interesting to see if he will bowl out once this over is done. Melt Van Shooter. Van Shooter bowling from the commentator's end.
Can on strike.
Makes it a full toss.
Comes down the wicket, straight to mid-off, but an easy single, which now takes the right-handed Simon Wood on strike, facing Van Shaw, who I think is the Namibian captain. This is when the left-hand, right-hand combination gets difficult for the fielding side,
Well, so there's a new wicket keeper now.
with a change in field almost every ball.
Lestrange.
Yes, Lestrange. Okay.
So Van Shaw comes into the right-handed Wood, short
That's
leg stump, pulls away, good looking shot, but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket, who fields, and Wood runs through for an easy single. which now leaves the left-handed can on strike and all change in the field again.
The right-left combination working for the Welsh team,
Yeah.
not letting the bowlers settle on a line. This time again comes down the wicket and he's bowled him. That was a tremendous delivery. Went through his pads and he's bowled him. That's the end of Mike Can, the left-handed batsman. Mike Can scored 43 of our 52 deliveries. He did help stabilize the innings. Bowled by the skipper Melt Van Schuur.
Throwing in is Matt Phillips.
Yeah.
Is it Matt Phillips?
I think Michael will be disappointed to get out, but he's done a job. He's built a platform now for the remaining batsmen to try and accelerate the run rate. Incoming batsman is Matt Phillips from Cardiff Cricket Club, who is a big, strong lad, and hopefully he can get the levers going and connect with a few.
165 for 6. Matt Phillips, a right-hander. This might make things a little easier for the Namibian team, given the fact that the left-hander is dismissed. Melt Van Schuur. That was a good delivery. Pitched it right where the batsman had to decide if he is to play on the front foot or the back foot. Finally, he decides to come out of the crease. The ball going through his pads to hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think the Namibians desperately needed a break and break up that partnership, which they've done well. So they'll be looking to capitalise on that with a new batsman in, and probably keep Simon Wood off striker for as long as possible. But Matt Phillips can be destructive on his day, so let's see how he gets on.
Right away, hits the ball but doesn't get it too far.
Yeah, very well bowled by the captain, right up there in the block hole. Matt Phillips toes it to cover for dot ball.
And hit straight past the bowler, and that ball had some energy to pass the boundary line this time, and 4 more, and Matt Phillips starts his account, opens his account with a boundary.
Those are the levers I was talking about.
He does look like a strong lad.
He does. It was quite funny actually. I'll repeat this now, but the commentators in our last game said he's not the smallest fella, and they commented about how he might play up front for Cardiff City, but he's more of a rugby man. But yeah, he's got long levers, and therefore the captain has put a man here in front of us at deep mid-off to protect that shot.
And that's a full toss, and that's what you don't want to do to a strong man like Matt Phillips. He pushes it on the leg side for a single, but could have ended up over the ropes on the leg side. And that's the end of the skipper's over. 170 for 6 at the end of the 39th over.
So Matt Phillips starting his count well with 5 off just 3 balls. Simon Wood 27 off 50. And it'll be interesting to see how these two rotate the strike now, whether the plan would be for Matt Phillips to free his arms and go for it and might get more of the strike, and maybe Simon Wood is the guy that we may need not out at the end of the innings and everyone bats around him. But let's see.
I think that's how they should be moving forward. Right now they are in a stage where they can take some chances and let Matt Phillips hit some balls.
And I think that the end that Matt Phillips is batting at now, going down the ground, is with the wind as well, and it will help. So let's see if he takes advantage of that.
Cobus Bosman bowling his final over.
Bosman comes in, right-hander Phillips, outside off
Swing
stump,
and a miss.
flash and a miss. The oohs and ahs go out, but the umpire is unmoved. Dot ball. So good start by Bosman for the first ball of his final over. Comes in for ball number 2 to Phillips.
And hits it hard.
Straight down to
the mid-on fielder, and they get a single. No, that's
Bosman comes in to Simon Wood. Fullish, leg stumpish. He flicks it to the same fielder again and wide mid-on to the right-hander. They jog through for an easy single. 1 to Wood. Scores 172 for 6. Halfway through the 40th over. Bosman comes into Phillips, who flashes outside off stump to extra cover, who misfields but doesn't concede any more runs than the one single that they've just jogged. Which brings the right-handed Wood to the crease. 2 balls left in the over. Bosman comes in, leg side. Leg side, it's
more extras to the Welshman.
leg side wide. They've taken a run as well, which brings Phillips back on strike. So 2 runs from that ball and an extra ball.
They could have run 2 runs, but I think the strategy was for Phillips to face the delivery.
I think you're very kind
delivery.
there. I think it's probably fatigue on Wood's part, and Matt, being a big lad, isn't the quickest between the wickets.
So
Another
outside
wide
your stump,
delivery.
Another wide.
Very wide
Kept low.
delivery. The keeper did well to get something there, actually, to be honest. So. So Bosman comes in to the right-handed Phillips.
Hits it hard, and this
It's
should be
gone
6.
over the top. Yes.
It's 6 runs, and Phillips is doing the job he's sent in for to accelerate the scoring.
Very, very good shot there from Matt Phillips. Used the fact that the ball was pitched up, hit it in the air with the wind, and the wind carried the ball over long on for a great 6.
That's another hit. Hit hard. Phillips gets another boundary. Bosman is getting hit pretty hard in this over, and that's the end of his last over, and he ends up with 68 runs at 7.56, 186 for 6. The Welshmen are closing on the 200 mark. Probably they might go past the 200, which might be a psychologically good position to be in, and also a good score to defend.
Yeah, Matt Phillips is executing the role that he's in the side for at this stage of the innings. Still got 5 overs left, so I think the longer Matt stays in for, the more entertaining it will be for us, I think. So Von Shaw, the captain, bowling from the commentator's end to Simon Wood. Full toss on the stumps, which he drives down the wicket to long on, who comes into field. I think the bowler got a hand to it, but couldn't stop it, but maybe saved a second run. which brings Matt Phillips on strike. Onshore comes into bowl.
And hits it hard again. This is uppish.
Lands short
Doesn't find the fielder. It falls about 3 yards short of the fielder. They cross over to a single. Phillips' intentions are clear. He has come to the center to hit the ball. They run for 2. Simon Wood cutting on the offside.
This is good cricket. I think we'd be looking to get at least run a ball from now on, and anything else will be a bonus. Yeah, well bowled by the captain. Full, straight, bit of venom in that. I think he hurled the ball back at the keeper in frustration. So Van Shaw bowling again to Wood.
Good stop by the cap bowler himself. No run conceded.
Got to stop the ball off your own bowling, haven't you? Set an example.
That's dedication right there. Or commitment.
Simon Wood comes down the wicket, makes it into a full half volley, drives the ball nicely down to deep mid off for an easy single. End of the over, 192 for 6 off 41, so 4 overs left, and Wood with that single keeps the strike. He's on 32 off 56. Matt Phillips has made a really good start with 18 just off the 9 balls.
Or something, but as we had one extra run at Bosman, so I added the wild.
So I think Bosman has finished his spell, so new bowler coming on from the far end, the end away from us in the commentators table, I guess.
Who's the new bowler? Trevor Britton coming back from the far end, Old Mutual end. So far he has bowled 2 overs for 20 runs.
Come back on at the death as well, so see how he fares. Right, I'm over the wicket to Wood. Ooh. Wood tries to pull that, which looked like it was off a length. Maybe a little bit full for him to pull. Got into a little bit of difficulty, but the ball went down to ground. Dot ball. It's a good start by Britain. First ball. Comes in, right arm over. Past the umpire to Wood. Short outside off stump. Pushes it away to Point, who fields. No run. So Britain doing well at the latter stage of the innings. 2 dot balls on his comeback spell. Britain comes in. Right time over the wicket. Full ball.
Pushed on the leg for a single.
First runs off the over. And it brings.
It'll be interesting to see what Matt Phillips has in mind.
Yeah.
Now that he's seen 3 balls.
I think he's only got one intention. He's going to go long and straight if he can, I think. With the wind especially, so I think if it's up there, he's gonna get the levers going.
Okay, cool. Right. I was gonna show you my
Britton comes into Phillips. Bowls.
It's a well pitched delivery.
Yeah. Bowls a very floaty, slow ball which deceives Phillips. Jags it out in front of him for a dot ball. Well bowled.
Not to the liking of Phillips. Phillips would have preferred the ball pitching a few yards in front of him. And just like that, hits it on the offside. They run for 2. It's good running between stumps. This over is good for the Namibians so far.
Yeah, very good for the Namibians. I think this is their over so far. Britton comes in for his final delivery to Phillips. Right arm over the wicket. And Phillips has gone aerial down toward deep cow corner, drop short of the fielder, and they jog through for an easy single. End of the over. Britain's come back over. Score is 196 for 6 off 42. Phillips 21 from 12. Wood 33 from 59.
3 overs to go. The Welshman would be expecting to maybe have a go at the bowling. There is some message coming on from the dugout.
Last 3 overs.
Mel Wenshaw, the captain of the Namibian team, bowling the 43rd over from the commentator's desk end. Matt Phillips
Short.
hits it hard, and that could be 4 runs.
Yeah.
It was well picked up on the offside.
Yeah, bit too short and wide from Van Shaw, the captain. Matt
And
Phillips sits back and punches it through point, just in front of point for 4 runs. That's actually a great shot because the outfield's very slow and he managed to reach the boundary quite comfortably. So shows you the strength of Goose. We call him Goose actually. That's his nickname.
And that brings the 200 runs to the Welshman, the 200 for 6, and he hits it again.
Straight down the ground. There might be 2 here as well again. Non-striker Wood running well. Yes. It's straight down to the side screen. They come back for 2.
Fielders a little slow on their feet, allowing the batsman to cross over for 2 runs.
Good start for Wales so far. 6 runs coming from the first 2 deliveries. Matt Phillips taking his time, taking guard. So Van Shaw coming in for the 3rd ball of the over to Matt Phillips. Hits it straight down the ground again. They may well be looking for 2, I think they will. Gone straight down, gone to long on. Ooh. Gone down to long on. 2 more runs to Phillips. There was an attempted run out at the wicketkeeper's end, which could have ended up with what we call buzzers, which are overthrows, but luckily the keeper got a hand to it, so just the 2 runs. So 8 runs from 3 balls. It's a good start for Wales in this 43rd over. So Matt Phillips tries to go leg side again, gets a thick inside edge, goes past square leg, and they run through for an easy single. Takes the score on to 205 for 6, 2 balls to go, and it brings the batsman Wood on strike, who's on 33 off 59. Van Shaw comes into Wood. Wood comes down the wicket.
Oh, missed opportunity. Could be a missed stumping chance right there.
Yeah, he came down the wicket, tried to turn it into a half volley outside off stump, went for a flashing drive, missed it, but so did the keeper, which gave Wood enough time to come back. So yeah, poor cricket generally, but these to be expected at the latter stages of a one-day game, I think. Wood comes down the wicket again, tries to play on the offside, gets a thick outside edge, it goes down in the direction of third man. Fielder from behind point goes round to collect, throws in, and they run through for a comfortable 2.
Namibians would prefer to have Wood on strike than Matt Phillips.
End of the 43rd over, Wales are 207 for 6. Phillips has accelerated 30 from just 16. Wood 35 from 61, playing the anchor role. I think maybe that's the plan, that Wood rotates a strike around the big hitting Goose, and hopefully he can get those levers going again.
Is that still Britain? That's Britain's number 4.
Trevor Britton.
I'm asking it still in. Can't see.
A quick drink break for the batsman. Trevor Britton with the ball in hand, bowling from the far end. Britton has bowled 3 overs so far, given 24 runs.
Yeah, he's bowled a really good first over back after his couple of overs, so he'll be looking to continue doing that, especially at the latter stages. So he comes into bowl to Phillips. It's who cloths it really to mid-on for a single. It was a good length ball. Phillips didn't get hold of it, but they managed to run through for an easy single, which brings Wood back on strike. Wood pulls the ball straight to deep square leg. Really good shot actually, and unlucky just to get 1 for that, but he pulled it straight to the field, a deep square leg. They run through for a single, which brings Matt Phillips on strike.
So Malik, given this total 209, we might end up in scoring about 220 runs. What do you think? How do you think? How are you looking at your bowlers? Like how strong is it? How many runs do you think that your bowlers could be able to restrict the Namibians once they come to bat?
Yeah, I think we're a lot happier now than we were after maybe 10-15 overs. We lost a few wickets and we were wondering where we're going to go. I think looking at the outfield, if we do get to say 220, 225, and Namibia are able to chase it, good luck to them. But I think that will be a tough total to chase on the outfield like this.
So what type of bowlers do you have? Is it like a spin heavy?
We've got loads of right arm fast bowl. No, we haven't. We're mainly a spin attack. So Matt Phillips there he's probably the only seamer in the team. So he may well open the bowling at one end with a spinner at the other end, and then from there on it'll be a spin attack. And we think the wicket will be more conducive to spinners later on in the innings, so hopefully that will come into it. But yeah, I think let's see where we end up as a total first. Well bowled again, very full outside off stump. Matt Phillips is only able to drive it down to long off for a single. So Britain's spell has been very impressive. It's gone for
1 more to go.
Yeah, hasn't gone for many in the situation of the latter stage of a one-day international. It's bowled very full, which is not allowed the batsmen to free their arms. So last ball, Britain comes into Wood, right arm over, and unfortunately for him,
It's a 6 runs. And the last ball, and he hits a 6.
Yeah, and Britain missed his length there, unfortunately, bowled it short, sat up, Wood pivots back and pulls it over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Good shot.
44 done, 218 for 6 in the last over of the inning. It'll be Matt Phillips who will be facing the skipper, Melt Vansher. Will be bowling from the commentator's table end.
So Matt Phillips made a great contribution so far, 33 from just 19 balls. He's got 6 more to add to his total.
Here it comes.
So that's gone high. I lost it for a second. It's gone to deep mid-on, who comes in field, and they run through for 2 runs. 220 for 6 off 44.1. Matt Phillips keeps strike. He's asked, the captain's actually asked their fielders long enough to come in 5 or 10 yards. And this has gone up in the air. Oh, and he's dropped it a long off. They've come back for a second. The non-striker there has done really well to come back for a second.
Cheering, Scott cheering on
So
for the Namibian team.
4 runs from 2 balls. Third one coming up. Van Shawbod into Matt Phillips, who, bit of gamesmanship there, I think. Goes to deliver the ball, stops because he sees Matt Phillips coming down the wicket. He's driven straight, more offside this time. I think going to come back for a second run as well. Yeah, they've done well there. 2 more runs. So shy at the striker's end, but Matt Phillips gets back safely. So the first 3 balls have gone 2-2-2.
6 runs so far in this over. That could be 4 runs.
So he's
Dissects
drilled it.
the fielder straight past the bowler. That's a beautiful stroke by Matt Phillips. Sheer power.
Yeah, the strength of the man came through in the long levers. He drilled it literally straight at you and I. And we're fairly straight on the offside. So 2 balls left. Van Shaw coming into bowl to Phillips. Gets an inside edge. I think they'll go. No. Thought there might be 2 there, but no. Just a single inside edge down to short fine leg. They stroll through for a single. So Wood to face the last ball of the inning. Well, potentially the last ball of the innings. Score is 229 for 6. 1 ball to go. I think he might target the leg side here.
Gently push us on the offside
I think
for
they might come back for a second.
2
Actually.
runs.
Yeah.
And ends
Wood
the
comes-
inning with those 2 runs. That's the end of the Welsh inning. They've scored 231 runs in 45 overs. Started off this morning. They won the toss and decided to bat. And at the end of the 45th over, they've scored 231 for 6. Namibia needs to score 232 to win this game. And we are going into a lunch break. And we will talk to you after lunch. Just hang on with us. It's going to be an exciting game. Good afternoon. You're watching the live broadcast through Pitch Vision. This is the Over 50 Veterans World Cup taking place in Cape Town, South Africa. The local time is 1:50. You're watching the Namibia versus Wales game. I am Farik Aziz, bringing to you this live commentaries through Pitch Vision. This morning, 2:32. This morning, Wales team won the toss and they decided to bat on a sunny, bright morning here in Cape Town at Pineland Cricket Club cricket field. They were able to score 231 for 6 at the end of their allotted 45 overs. Namibians required 232 to win in 45 overs.
Wales versus Namibia.
Where the other games been played?
So Roy Emmert starting the proceedings for the Namibians, for the Welshmen. Devon Gowns pulls it and he starts off with 3 runs. Emmett, slow medium, bowling from the commentator's desk end. Along with me I have Malit Madhurasinghe, who is from the Welsh team. Today he had the commentary desk. Welcome back, Malit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry I'm late by a couple of balls. Yeah, as I thought, we opened with the left arm spinner Roy Emmett from this end.
Outside the off stump, he cuts it. Theron gets a single.
Yeah. Fielded by Rowan Evans, deep on the offside.
Left arm leg spin, Roy Emmett. Despite having a few fast bowlers, the Welsh team deciding to start with spinners.
We may see seam from the other end actually. Matt Phillips, who got the runs at the end of the innings, bowls seam up, so we'll see.
That's a good shout, and he's given. That was plumb. Right on the middle and off. Ball pitching, batsman trying to. There was no footwork involved. He was just swinging the bat.
Very much got stuck on the crease, didn't he? And it didn't look good, and certainly wasn't going over the top.
So that's the end of Devon Gowns. And he is dismissed for 3 runs.
So Wells making a good start there. Roy Roy Emmett from the commentator's table end, bowling his left arm orthodox, striking with the last ball of his opening over. Namibia are 4 for 1 at the end of the first over, chasing 3-2 to win. And as we thought, Matt Goose Phillips opening the bowling from the bottom end, so we'll be able to go seam up.
That's the expected plan.
Phillips.
Yeah, very much so. Very much
The
so.
tallest guy on the field is Phillips.
Matt Phillips. Matt Phillips was quite impressive with his bat this morning, or during the inning.
Yeah, and that's what he's in the side for, really. He's a big, strong lad, big levers, and if he gets the opportunity, he'll free his arms, and if he connects, it goes a long way. As we saw, he managed to strike the ball over the ropes a couple of times, and certainly hit a few fours, which a lot of the other batsmen struggle to do. So, yeah.
It was a handful towards the end of the innings.
Absolutely.
They were able to get over that psychological 200 mark today, and I think the Welsh team has a good score, which they can defend with the bowling strength they've got.
We're very much happier at halfway than after 10-15 overs. Okay, slight change of plans actually. It is Matt Phillips bowling, but he's bowling his little cutters rather than his seam up. So maybe they're thinking that the wicket is more conducive to a bit of spin rather than seam. Phillips bowling with a 5-4 leg side field. Got a first slip, comes into bowl, outside off stump, short and wide enough for the umpire to raise his arms. And the first run's off Phillips's spell, being a wide. It's bowling to a first slip, point, cover, mid off on the offside. Comes into bowl, full, defended confidently, picked up by mid wicket on the leg side. The leg side field is mid on, mid wicket, backward a square, and there's 2 men out on the boundary, one deep square leg just backward, and the other one at deep mid on or cow corner. Phillips comes into bowl, outside off stump. Batsman chops it away, backward a point, more 45 degrees. Kerry Chahal fields, gets the throw in, and the batsman strolls through for an easy single.
Patrick Theron facing Phillips. No, that was Van der Walt. I beg your pardon. Pushes it on the offside to mid off. No runs.
Mid off to Roy Emmett bowling from the other end. I think he wore that on the knee there. Actually, he's rubbing his knee in pain.
Again placed on the offside. No intentions of stroke play so far. Happy with pushing the ball.
Last ball of the second over coming up. Phillips comes into bowl. Full outside off stump. Hits a batsman on the thigh pad. Innocuous delivery. No run. End of the second over. Score is 6 for 1 after the end of the second over.
Welshmen have got a good start on the field. An early wicket. Definitely a morale booster. The required run rate is 5.26 for the Namibians.
Roy Emmett to continue from the commentator's desk end, but coming into bowl his second over. Bowling to a first slip and a man on the drive as the catches. Ball's full, hits the pad, but sliding down leg side, so no appeal for a leg before. Emmett comes in, left arm around the wicket, outside off stump, a little bit short, gets cut but straight to point, fielded by Ballinger. No run.
Theron is finding the fielders.
Comes in, full outside off stump, gets driven nicely but straight to Mark Davis at mid off. No run. Emmett comes in, going to Theron, short outside off stump, flashes a cut but misses. Keeper Powell takes it. No run.
We're not seeing much of a spin from Matt Emmett, kind of maintaining a straight line. It's pitching the ball at the right spot, not allowing the batsman to free his arms. Batsman is quite happy to play defensively.
Last ball of the over. Emmett comes in full, played back straight to him. End of a good over. Maiden over. Score remains at 6 for 1 off the third over. So good start from Wales, maintaining the disciplines, lines and lengths. And I think the plan would be to keep the first 10 overs, 15 overs as tight as possible, so the run rate pushes up high, which puts pressure on the Namibian batsmen to attack, and hopefully they'll capitalise then.
The run rate hovering closer to 6 runs. It's going to be a pressure situation for any batting team, especially at this type of at this format. These days in regular international cricket we see far more runs being scored in 45-50 overs. Back in the days it were like 45 over cricket games. 245 250 runs were the standard or the norm, but nowadays anything less than 300 runs is definitely a challenge to defend.
Teams are playing
But this-
ball cricket.
Yeah.
But this format, the over 50 veterans, is no way closer to what is played at a professional level.
Yeah, good start by Phillips for the start of his second over, putting it on the spot.
And that's a cross shot, attempting a slug sweep. Pretty
Not-
close call.
Yeah, not
Maybe
making
the-
contact there, and I don't know if he realises that there is a man at cow corner, so unless it's a very clean strike, he risk of getting caught there.
I think that was much more ambitious than.
Yeah. This one short outside off stump, it's been dabbed away down to third man. Chahal gives chase, picks up, returns, and the batsmen come back for an easy second. First runs off this particular over from Phillips. Total moves on to 8 for 1 with 1 ball to go in the fourth over. Result of that chop shot, Mike Cann at first slips goes to more of a second slip position, slightly wider. Full ball, defended. Oh, a bit of confusion.
There is confusion in the
between-
middle.
That could have very easily been a yes, no, sorry batsman, but it wasn't. They managed to decide not to go for a single in the end, and the non-striker got back
A clean
comfortably.
pick up and throw may have ended one of those batsmen's inning.
Mm.
So at the end of the fourth over, it's 8 for 1. Namibians are going at 2 runs per over. They have 45 overs to score 232 runs.
Going back to your point about the run rate and the runs scored, just wait for this delivery. So Romet comes over, full, driven to mid-off. Who falls over but manages to stop the ball. The outfield here is very slow, so a par score here. I'll just wait for this. So Emmett comes in, left arm around the wicket, short, outside off stump, gets chopped into the ground straight to point. Ballinger fields back to Powell, the keeper. The ball gets passed round. Yeah, I was speaking to one of their players, and they were saying because of the outfield, about 200 is a par score here. So we're very happy with what we got. Emmett, a little bit wide, ambitious shot from the batsman who misses. Luckily for Wales, keeper Powell takes it cleanly, no run. Emmett in once again. Full, defender solidly onto the leg side, fielded by Jones, the captain, no run. Good line of length here from Roy Emmett. In again, full leg-ish. Batsman tries to sweep but doesn't connect. Ball just trickles out into the middle of the square for no run.
Emmett maintaining a good line and a length, even though the previous ball was a little wavered to us, and he's bowled him. That's an excellent delivery.
Great pressure created by Wales, I think. 5 dot balls. I think the pressure was telling, and went for an expansive shot when the ball probably wasn't quite there. Through bat and pad, hit probably halfway up middle stump, and that's the end
of Petri Theron. He was again, we don't see much footwork from the batsman, just standing where he was and trying to hit the ball. It was much an ambitious shot rather than a confidence shot. Totally misses it, and that rattles the stumps of the batsman, and that's the end of the second wicket. And Namibia is after the fifth over, 8 for 2. The new batsman in is Francois Erasmus.
Both batsmen now have got a job to do. I think Emmett's bowled very well. Good lines and lengths. Created some pressure, supported by Phillips at the other end. Got both wickets to fall. Now the Namibians need to try and consolidate, I think. Phillips comes in for the start of his third over. On the stumps, worked away to the leg side, just back with a square leg, fielded by Rees. No run. I say Rees, so Ewan Rees, because there's a couple of them, isn't there?
You said there are many more in.
No, there's plenty. There's plenty
in Wales.
Yeah.
Thank God you just brought only 2. If not, it'll be mighty confusing for us too.
That's part of the selection criteria. We can't have too many Reeses or Joneses in the team. That one worked away onto the leg side, just in front of square for a single. Bring in Erasmus, the new batsman, onto strike. He's taking his guard. I think the next.
Am I thinking of a field change, bringing in
deep square leg? The new batsman, that makes sense. Phillips comes in, third ball of the over, right arm over, floats it full, and Erasmus manages to block that out. I think the next 5 or so overs could be crucial, because if they build a partnership here, they've got something to work off. If they lose a couple more wickets, then I think Wales will be smelling blood, and they'll go for the jugular. Phillips in again to Erasmus. Good lines, good length, well defended back.
Also the Namibian team, given the situation they are in right now, they will start to be a little bit of cautious. I don't think scoring runs or run rate is going to be in their mind. They will try to stabilize themselves. At least one batsman to play throughout the inning.
Yeah, another full delivery from Phillips, defended to mid-wicket, fielded by Rowan Evans, dot ball. Phillips comes in for the last ball of his third over. Again, really good lines, defended. Evans picks the ball up, dot ball. End of the 6th over, I believe. The score is 9 for 2. I think have we had a couple of maidens now, or is there? Yeah. So I think the pressure really is being applied by Wales here. Have to see how the Namibian batsmen cope with it. You say about not worrying about the run rate, but unless they do something pretty soon, the run rate's going to climb higher and higher, which means they might be up at 8s, 9s, 10s for many overs, which is difficult to get at on this wicket in outfield. So Emmett starting his 4th over in the commentator's desk end. I think they decided to call it the desk end, haven't we, rather than
Finally,
commentators?
yep.
Yeah.
Since we are not boxed in.
Emmett in, left arm around the wicket, good line, good length, defended nicely to...
We're seeing some footwork from the Namibian batsman.
Yeah.
They played it on the front foot, defending it.
Played out to the man on the drive, who's the Phillips, the bowler from the opposite end. Emmett comes in, full again.
This time again, that's another wicket. That's
oh,
given. And he's been stumped.
by Powell. Great take. It was
That's
foolish on the off stump, outside off stump. He tried to play a cross-batted shot, probably towards cow corner, missed it, lost his balance. And Powell, as quick as Mr. Powell that we know, whips the bails off, and the umpire has adjudicated the batsman was stumped. So Wales very much on top now. 3rd wicket down for 9 runs. We're in the 7th over.
Melt Van Shore, the captain of Namibia, walking in. That was Van der Walt, who was dismissed, stumped. And Namibia are
9 for 3.
Roy Emmett bowling from our end, the commentator's box, the commentator's desk end. Has been maintaining a pretty neat line and length.
Emmett continues. Left arm around the wicket, floats it up full. Batsman plays a very confident, positive defensive shot. Ball rolls out to Matt Phillips on the drive on the offside.
Melt Van Shore getting it on the face of the bat. That was well defended on the back foot.
Yeah, nearly skidded through. It wrapped him on the pads, and if it did, I'm sure he'd have been in front. Managed to get bat on it, so well played in the end.
That's a close call again on the front foot. Probably stuck him outside the off stump.
Yeah, I agree. He's a good stride as well, I think.
Today we have Martin Beds and Daniel O'Sullivan standing in, officiating this game. That was a good delivery. It came into the batsman.
Almost yorked him, I think.
It did. Batsman equally did well to pull that out. He digs the ball out to the leg side and no damage done.
End of the over. Namibia 9 for 3 after the 7th over, chasing 2-3-2 to win. So Matt Phillips bowling from the further end away from us. It's 4th over. Phillips comes in, right arm over. A little bit short outside off stump, gets cut but straight to Chahal just behind point, who gathers cleanly, throws the ball in, no run. Bit of pressure building on the Namibians, I think, now.
Definitely yes, but I don't think that's their main concern.
Yeah.
Because they've already lost 3 wickets, so they might be looking for these pair to at least consolidate and rebuild the innings.
Yeah.
Maybe they will have accelerating the score later on at the moment, but they should not let it slip away from them if that's the plan. They should have that run rate within their reach. So rotating the strikes with singles while being cautious won't be a bad strategy going forward from now onwards. But definitely they need to have some people staying in wickets, at least.
Short outside of the off stump, the batsman tried to square cut it, got a bottom edge, and it went between the keeper and a wide slip, who's probably at second slip, for a single.
Matt Phillips is bowling a little faster than he did earlier on, taking a few steps. And that was a good delivery. Beat the batsman.
Even beat Powell, the keeper. He dropped it.
Not a clean collect.
Yeah, it wasn't a clean take. Close to the outside edge, I think. Phillips comes in to finish his 4th over, right arm over, full, defended well, ball trickles back to him, end of the over. Score is 10 for 3 off 8, chasing 2-3-2 to win.
Namibia needs 222 runs to win of 222 balls, so it's pretty much run a ball. The run rate is climbing up to, in other words, 6 runs per over.
Emmett continuing from the commentator's desk end, got into a slip and a drive.
That's driven uppishly
over the top of extra cover. Evans comes round to field, throws in, batsman take 2. Good positive intent from the Namibians there.
Francois Erasmus, and that wraps the pad, and that's given, and that looked plumb from where we are at the commentator's desk. And there goes the 4th wicket for the Namibians. 12 for 4, and this is only the 9th over.
Emmett strikes again, bowling very straight, beating the batsman on the inside of the bat, striking in front, the umpire adjudicating that was going to go on to hit the stumps. And that's the end of that partnership and the fall of the 4th wicket. The score is 12 for 4, 8.2 overs. With Emmett taking all 4.
Pierce Lestrange. Pierce Lestrange, the new batsman walking in. Namibians have a lot to do. They have to dig themselves out of the situation they're in right now. They're behind on run rate, and also they've lost 4 important wickets. Wanshu and Pierce Lestrange in the middle, and Roy Emmett to continue.
So Lestrange About to face his first ball from Emmett, who's on fire actually at the moment, taking all 4 wickets. Full outside off stump. The ball turns away from the bat. Fortunately for Lestrange, misses the outside edge and goes cleanly through to Powell, the keeper. Dot ball.
Drives it straight past the bowler. Could be 4 runs.
And I think it will be.
Just
yeah.
rolls
Good shot.
over the boundary line, and that's the first boundary for the Namibians. Good positive intent.
Yeah, great shot, especially under the circumstances. Emmett floats it outside off stump, could have easily defended it back, but he released his arms and went through it and hit it over mid-off and then trickled to the boundary in front of us, so good shot. Yeah. Emmett full again, defended nicely, confidently to the man on the drive, Matt Phillips. No run. Emmett comes in, left arm around the wicket. Quicker ball, I think, which the batsman maybe sees, leaves it outside off stump. Dot ball, end of the over. Score is now 16 for 4 after 9 overs, and Wales very much on top.
Run rate still remains at 6. Mel Mancho, the captain, is facing Phillips. That's hit uppishly and he's caught. That's the fifth wicket for the Namibians. So half of their team is back in the dressing room. That's 16 for 5, and this is only the it's only the 10th over.
Yeah, Phillips takes his first wicket. Probably looked a little bit short going down the leg side. He tried to pull it, got a top edge, and Mark Davis comes around from 45 on the leg side to take what turned out to be a relatively simple catch. So yeah, Wales very much on top, and maybe some of the luck isn't going towards Namibia either.
Manchu was tempted to hit that ball. He saw it short, and he quickly pounced on to hitting the ball on the leg side. It got a top edge instead of the full face of the bat. The ball popped up, and that's the end of him. 5 wickets. David Hartenberg. Hartenberg, right? The new batsman in.
Phillips comes in. Ball to the new bowler, right arm over the wicket, outside off stump. Classic MCC textbook leave, goes through to Powell, the keeper, for a dot ball. Phillips in again, right arm over, new batsman full, flicks it onto the leg side, behind square, to Mark Davis, who caught the last catch, and the batsman strolled through for an easy single.
It's one fielder in the deep, a deep mid wicket. Everybody else are in the close, within the 30-yard circle.
And
One slip for Glenn Phillips.
I think the field tells you how Much Wales are on top here with only one man out in the deep boundary. Phillips full again. Batsman defending confidently to mid wicket where Ewan Rees picks up. No run. Phillips comes in again. Again full, defended. Straight out to cover. Was fielded. Dot ball, no run.
With every dot ball and defense, the run rate is slightly edging higher for the Namibians.
For defensive.
They have two concerns right now. One is the run rate and the other one is the wickets column.
For defensive found the outside edge and it actually went between the keeper and, well, I was going to say first slip, but there's one slip at second slip, so it probably would have gone through where first slip was, and maybe a bit of luck there for the batsman that he found the gap. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he played it through a vacant first slip. It's typical, isn't it? You have a gap at first slip and the ball goes through first slip. You move the second slip back to first and it'll probably go through second slip.
Second slip.
So
That typically
I think in this
happens
situation
cricket.
I'd be very happy to have two slips. Take someone out, attack while we can. If we get a couple more wickets, that could kill the game then, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Full from Emmett.
But at the same time, that's the justification to have two slips is the pace or the swing a bowler gets, but we're not seeing that here, so that might be the reason why the captain is not moving towards getting in two slips.
But I think Wales are very much on top here, and I would leave a few gaps for the batsman to try and attack through and therefore risk getting out as well. And if the ball is going through first slip and you've only got a second slip, I'd put a...
Would have been a close call had the ball hit the stumps. Roy Emmett has all four out of the 5 wickets so far.
Yeah.
He's given only 11 runs. Again, right on the spot.
Yeah.
Defending on the front foot. We're seeing the Namibians using their feet a little more better than the earlier batsmen.
Emmett in again. Ball's full, almost Yorker length. Batsman jags it out, keeps it away. Emmett fields off his own bowling. No run. Emmett comes in for the final ball of his over. Oh, fullish. Batsman tries a cross-battered shot, which probably wasn't there. I think he inside edges it onto his pad, and it goes past keeper Powell down to the third man area for a single. End of the over. The total is 21 for 5 off 11. Emmett has 4 wickets. Phillips at the other end has 1.
David Hartenberg is on 2 and Lestrange is on 7. Batsman getting some treatment from the dressing room.
Is that the magic water that's come out?
Seems like
Cure for all. Just need a sponge as well, and then it'll cure everything.
Seems like he hurt his arm. He's bruised his arm
When he dived.
when he dived to save himself from being run out. He very well may send a different batsman. And that's the skipper. No, that's not the skipper. So for those who are joining us now on this live Pitch Visions live stream, we are witnessing the Namibia versus Wales over 50 veterans cricket game played here at the Pineland Cricket Club cricket field in Cape Town, South Africa. This morning the Welshmen won the toss and they elected to bat. They scored 231 runs in their allotted 45 overs, and Namibia is 21 for 5 at the end of the 11th over. They've taken an early drink break. While one of the batsmen is tending for one of the bruises he had while diving to save his wicket.
It's like there is a lot of basically it's like how much you love London sky side.
The fielders are walking back to the playing field. Seems like Matt Phillips will be bowling from the far end.
Yeah, I think Captain Jones will struggle to get rip the ball off either of these bowlers at the moment. They'll want to hold on to it for as long as possible. I can see both of these guys bowling out, and then
Not only they are restricting these batsmen, they are also taking wickets.
yeah, I think Wells being on top so much, there might be a queue of bowlers wanting to come on after these guys have finished their spell as well.
The required run rate is 6.21 for the Namibians.
What's the score?
21 for 5.
Phillips to bowl to Lestrange. Frequent pauses and breaks are kind of common occurrence, especially given the format of this tournament.
And the heat. Phillips comes in, bowls full, defended solidly by Lestrange. Ball trickles out to, I think that's Rees at cover. John Paul Rees, the other Rees. Dot ball. Phillips comes in, bowling to Lestrange. Right arm over the wicket, a little bit shorter. Tries to pull on the leg side. Expansive shot, misses. I think it hits him on the pad. Ball trickles out in front of the batsman. Powell cleans up. Dot ball.
There was a ball on the offside. He was trying to drag it onto the leg. Kind of a risky stroke.
Phillips comes in again. Ball into Lestrange. Full. Outside off stump. Defended. Textbook. Played out to John Paul Rees at cover. Dot ball. Phillips and again full outside off
Hits
stump.
it hard. This time gets through the 30-yard circle and stopped in the boundary line.
By Ballinger, who throws the ball in. Batsman complete an easy 2. I think the batsman was trying to maybe play that a little bit straighter. Worked it to leg side and went to a sort of a wide mid-on position.
Tucks it on the leg side.
Yeah,
No
full,
runs.
full again from Phillips, and I think that's probably the place to bowl, to be honest.
They have a packed leg side field.
Yeah. So he's going to bowl a straight line, I think, turning the ball into the batsman, hoping to... Full ball again from Phillips. It's jagged down, thick outside edge, goes wide of Can at second slip, and Chahal picks up in the third man direction. Batsman cross for a single. End of the over. Score is 24 for 5 after the 12th over. Lestrange on 10, and Hartsburg is 2 not out from 5. Emmett bowling from our end, the commentary desk end, starting his 7th over. Bowls full, defended confidently, no run. So I'm sure Emmett's looking for his Michelle, his fifer. He's got almost 3 overs to do that in. Bowling full again.
And it's caught. That's his 5th
Fiver.
wicket.
Commentator's
That's
curse.
one positive shot and goes straight to the fielder.
Chahal at mid wicket takes a fine catch.
And that's the end of Lestrange. And that is the 5th. Yeah, that's the 5th wicket for Roy Emmett. 6 overs, 6.2 overs, 12 runs for 5 wickets. He's been very economical as well. 1.95.
Yeah, great stuff from Emmett there. Well deserved fifer, Michelle. And I think that's probably Wales' best bowling performance in an ODI as well. So congratulations.
Is it number 40?
Cobus Postman.
Oh, Cobus. Bosman coming into the crease. He will be facing Roy Emmett, who's on fire with 5 wickets. So it's going to be batting for survival for the Namibians. I don't
Wales
think
attacking.
they have the target in mind or the winning score in mind. Direct hit would have been the end of Bosman.
Wales attacking a little bit more now. They've got a gully in as well. That one was in the air, but batsman Bosman managed to find the gap. Gets off the mark first ball. Totals 25 for 6. Emmett comes in again. Left arm around. Bowls full. Batsman defends confidently. Ball trickles out to Matt Phillips on the drive, on the offside, no run. Emmett in, past the umpire, ball's full.
Wraps it on the pad.
Yeah, slightly
Ball
leg side, batsman
sliding
misses
down
it,
the leg.
no run. Slightly on the pads, batsman tickles the ball round to 45. Fielded by Reese, comes in, 1 run.
Is that
End of the over from Emmett, a successful one for him, taking his 5th wicket. The total is 26 for 6 after 13 overs. Namibia chasing 2-3-2 to win. I think it's Phillips to continue at the other end. Bowling his 7th over. Currently got figures of 1 for 12. Phillips comes in. Full on the stumps, on the pad, sorry. Batsman tries to flick it down the leg side, but misses and the ball trickles out to square leg, no run. Phillips comes in. It's a little bit shorter, punched between point and cover, and the batsman crossed for an easy single. Chahal cleans up. So new batsman Osman facing. Interesting, I don't think he's taken a guard, is he? I think it's his first ball from this end, but he hasn't taken. Maybe
his
got
confidence
a
where he's standing at.
maybe he's got a guard where someone else has taken that he would take.
Changes in the field.
Yeah, Welsh looking to attack. Man on the drive on the leg side and the offside now. The point has been brought a little bit squarer. So Phillips comes into Bosman. Right arm over the wicket. Full. Ooh. There's a few oohs and ahs, including myself. I think that was quite full on the stumps. Not sure what shot the batsman played there.
He was kind of confused.
Yeah.
Trying to pedal the ball away.
Yeah. Didn't make contact, hit the pad, no run. Phillips comes in.
And he's bowled him.
He has.
And that's the end of the 7th wicket for the Namibians. Then Phillips gets his 2nd wicket. Cobus Bosman bowled for 1 run.
From what we could see here, it didn't look short enough to pull, and the ball maybe have skidded on and hit the stumps, and it was bowled.
I don't think he had any clue what stroke he was playing. He was trying to pedal it away, ending up missing the delivery and the ball hitting the wickets.
So Phillips joining the party now. He's taken a couple of wickets. Bergenstock, new batsman coming in, wearing 55 on his back, white sun hat.
Why do you think I have to be so mean? Bowling these people are so bad. How can we not all out?
He'll be facing Matt Phillips. One slip, a back foot of point, an extra cover, and a short mid-off.
Yeah, on the drive. Phillips comes in to Birkenstock, the new batsman, right arm over the wicket. A little bit short, flicks it over to square leg, possibly a single there, but they decided not to. Dot ball. Phillips bowling to a 5-4 leg side field. Second slip, point, extra cover, on the drive, mid off on the drive, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, 45 on the leg side and man on the cow corner. Phillips comes in, balls outside off stump, chopped away to Chahal at point, who cleans up and delivers the ball back to Powell. End of the over, another successful over for Wales. Phillips takes his second wicket. The score is now 27 for 7 after 14 overs. Phillips has got 2 wickets, I think, for 12, and Emmett on fire at 5 wickets for 14 runs. A couple of more overs left in Emmett's spell. I'm sure he'll be looking to
Wrap these things up.
cash in if he can. He's bowling to a more attacking field now. He's got a slip and a gully. He's going to change the field actually, and a little surprised they haven't attacked a little bit earlier. Looks like they're going to have 2 men on the drive. So it's almost a silly mid-off. Man on the drive, extra cover, who looks to be directly behind the 2 men on the drive. And there's a man sweeping on the offside boundary. So Emmett comes in. Floats one outside off stump. Batsman dabbles at it, misses. Powell, the keeper, cleans up. So very attacking field by Wales. There's 4 men catching, 2 behind square, 2 in front of square. Emmett comes in, floats one outside off stump. The batsman pushes it out to the square of the 2 drivers. No run.
The Welshmen have left the leg side open, inviting the batsman to hit. Batsman is quite happy to play on the front foot and push it on the offside.
Yeah, fielded by Ballinger. No run.
Has become a batting practice for the Namibians now.
Identical delivery again, outside off stump. Defended confidently to Ballinger at point. No run.
Run rate getting closer to 7 runs. This
Time
time
a bit straighter, flicked onto leg side. Chahal cleans up at mid wicket, but the batsman strolled through for an easy single. Total moves on to 28 for 7, with the ball left in the 15th over. Emmett coming into bowl his last ball of his penultimate over to Birkenstock. Floats outside off stump. They think about a quick single, which would have been suicidal, so they decided not to. End of the over. Just a single off the over, I think. 28 for 7 after 15 overs. Chasing 2-3-2. Hartsburg 5 off 15. Birkenstock none, having faced 3 balls.
Welshman bowlers are certainly adding the pressure on the batsman, not giving away. Change of bowler.
Yeah, Matt Phillips gone off from the far end as we look, to be replaced by Julian Ballinger, who's an off spinner from Miskin Cricket Club in South Wales. I think he'll have a similar feel to that of Matt Phillips. So at the moment he's bowling to a slip point, extra cover, mid off on the drive on the offside. He's got a mid on, man on the drive on the leg side, mid wicket, square leg, and a man on the 45. Actually a second man on the drive is coming on the leg side. He'll be turning the ball into the stumps, into the pad, so hence the 2 men on the drive. So Ballinger coming in for his first ball. Good line and length, batsman leaves it, no run.
Ballinger starting off on an offside line right away.
Ballinger in, right arm over, bit straighter, maybe going down the leg side. Batsman looking to work it on the leg side, misses. Dot ball.
This time placing on the leg side straight to the fielder.
Yeah, floats it right out there. Batsman works it to the straighter of the true men driving on the leg side. Ballinger in again. Outside off stump. Good line and length. Defended to cover. Thought about a single. Quite wisely decided against it. No run. Ballinger bowls. Outside off stump. Doesn't trouble the batsman. Dot ball. Last ball of the over. Ballinger right arm over. A little bit shorter, straighter, maybe quicker. Batsman defends. Straight back up the wicket. Fielded by Rees. End of the over. First over by Ballinger is a maiden over. The score remains 28 for 7 after 16, chasing 2-3-2.
That also brings the asking rate to 7 runs per over from now onwards. If the Namibians are to reach their target, the biggest concern they have right now is the wickets column. They've lost 7 of their batsmen. And straight away 2. Roy Emmett on his last over and brings in 2 slip fielders and a very attacking field on the offside, 2 on the drive and a point fielder close in. Drive straight to the fielder, and that's a misfield. Batsman crossover for a easy single. Roy is trying to add another wicket to his wickets column. So far he has 5 wickets.
Defended easily. Ball trickles out to wide of gully. Ewan Rees picks up the ball. No run. So Emmett coming in, left arm around the wicket, floats the ball outside off stump. Lovely looking shot, driven on the offside and bisects the 2 drivers on the offside for an easy single.
Emmett has 3 balls left. Can he get another wicket?
Or 2. Ball's full, defends confidently. No run. 2 balls left. Emmett's spell. Turns to the top of his mark, comes in, left arm around the wicket, past the umpire. Thought the batsman
half-hearted shot.
Thought the batsman was coming down the wicket, but he didn't.
That's the end of
the over.
Excellent spell by Roy Emmett. He's bowled 9 overs, 5 wickets for 17 runs, 3 maidens, 1.92 has been his run rate.
Yeah, great spell there by Emmett. I think he's done his job there and sealed the fate of the Namibians, and Wales very much on top. Just got to concentrate on taking the 3 remaining wickets, and I'd say the run rate is something that certainly Wales don't have to worry about.
Really?
Ballinger in for his second over, floats one outside off stump. Batsman defends, back to Ballinger, no run. Ballinger again, good line and length, batsman defends, no run. can see Mark Davis, Sparky we call him, he's warming up in front of us wearing number 88, so I'm thinking he'll replace Emmett at the commentator's desk end. Ballinger in again, floats the ball up, tempting the batsman to go over the top. He tries to, misses. Powell takes cleanly, looks for a stumping, but I don't think the batsman left his ground, so half-hearted appeal.
That was a tempting delivery. Floated, didn't make contact. This time pushes it on the leg side. Ballinger maintaining the intensity the other two bowlers had, not giving away anything for these Namibian batsmen. That's half a shout. Umpire has nothing to do with it.
It was a full shout just from the bowler. No one backed him up, unfortunately. Ballinger in.
Again, floated, tempting the batsman to play a stroke.
Yeah, good bowling. Good bowling.
Missed the off stump by a coat of varnish, I would say.
That's the end of Ballinger's second over. The score is 30 for 7 off 18. I think we've got a bowling change at our end with Emmett finishing his spell. Fantastic spell. 5 overs, 3 maidens. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 17.
Apparently we are on our second power play. I don't think that would matter at this point. I don't see the batsman hitting the ball past the 30-yard circle anyway.
So Mark Davies coming on from our end, the commentator desk end. He's bowling very similar action to Roy Emmett in that he's a left arm orthodox spinner, so he's bowling left arm around the wicket to the batsman.
Tucks it away on the leg side, finds the fielder. No runs added to the total.
Davies comes in. Ooh, ball's out off stump. The batsman works the ball onto the leg side.
Kind of a scoop.
Yeah.
Moves onto his off stump and scoops that ball onto the leg side.
Yeah, he walked way over to off stump to enable him to play it down the leg side. So Davies comes again. Ball is driven to point where Ballinger fields well and returns the ball. No run.
That's a reverse sweep.
Great shot. Batsman comes down the wicket and reverse sweeps Davis to the deep point boundary for 2 runs.
Very ambitious, then being confident.
Where did that shot come from? Completely out
But
of
he
context
connects.
for the game.
But he connects really well.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time I've seen anyone play a reverse sweep throughout this tournament. I've been in 3 or 4 games so far. This time swing and a miss. Mark Davies again maintaining an off stump line. Batsman on the front foot pushing it. No runs added. 33 for 7 at the end of the 19th over. Beautiful day out here in Cape Town. Ideal conditions for cricket, both playing and being a spectator. A cool breeze has been blowing across the field since morning.
I have to say we're really lucky here because we're in the shade. I spent a bit of time out in the middle and it's hot. It's properly hot out there. So,
but I would say that that'll be ideal for cricket, isn't it? You don't want to be too cold in the middle. Wicketkeeper takes the bails off, but the batsman is comfortably in.
Yeah, Ballinger starting his third over, yet to concede a run, I think. So he's bowled 2.1 overs, 0 for 0. Ballinger in again. Worked off the stumps to square leg, where Evans tidies up and does the fielding. Ballinger in again. Right arm over the wicket. Down the leg side. And
That
it's
was
beaten Powell.
That was one of the rarest weak deliveries we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Down the leg. The wicketkeeper misses it. That's byes.
Umpire signalled a wide, so we will
Go with wides.
Yeah, Ballinger will have to call that again. Ooh.
That was half a chance. Came off of his gloves.
Looked like he tried to cut the ball, but it came off the glove.
A little bit of bounce
Yeah.
in the wicket. Again, defensive. Every dot ball is adding on to the run rate. I don't think Namibia has any concern about that at the moment.
Ballinger in again.
Again, drives it in. That was a good delivery. We saw some spin, ball spinning into the batsman, beating him.
I think he tried to hit that into Johannesburg. Didn't make contact and nearly got stumped, I think, at the same time. So Ballinger in again. Works it on the leg side. Straight to Davis. No run.
20 overs done, 35 runs. The current run rate is 1.75. The asking run rate is nearing 8 runs and over. Mark Davis with his left arm leg spins. Floated delivery. Gives a dead bat. Again, floated and pushes forward. Well fielded in the outfield. Cover drive. Goes to the fielder on the 30-yard circle mark. Sends it back to the bowler, Mark Davis.
Davis to continue. Left arm around the wicket. Ball's punched in front of point where Ballinger tidies up nicely. Dot ball.
run rate going past the 8 mark, and that could be a close call. Batsman trying to reverse sweep. I was more ambitious than confident, thinking that he will make contact with the ball, but totally misses it. Probably the ball is missing the leg stump. The umpire has nothing to do with it. This time he hits it on the leg side. That's a good pull shot, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit short from Davis. Batsman sees it early, pulls it, middle of the bat, goes out to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs, and 4 very much needed runs for Namibia. Takes a little bit of the pressure off.
One of those rare aggressive stroke play by the Namibians today.
That's a good commentator, fills in the dead time.
David Hattenberg. Will be Julian Ballinger to continue the proceedings from the far end, from
Yeah.
the Old Mutual end.
Ballinger in for his 4th over, only considered 2 runs, comes in right arm over the wicket, floats one out, and the batsman pulls it and lands just beyond mid wicket. So that was a bit of a
It's,
sand wedge on a golf course, I think. And
the ball
batsman goes
lands
through
between
for-
2 fielders.
Yeah, they jog through for a single. So Birkenstock on strike now with his white sun hat. Ballinger comes in, works onto the leg side to square leg where Evans fields, no run. Score is 40 for 7, 22.2 overs. Ballinger comes in, right arm over. Birkenstock works the ball to square leg again. It's like deja vu. Evans fields, no run.
Ballinger operating with his gentle off spin from the far end.
Comes in, outside off stump. The ball is punched in front of square on the offside between point and cover. Batsman stroll through for an easy single. Score moves on to 41 for 7 with 2 balls of the 22nd over to go. Ballinger in, quicker ball.
Outside the off
Batsman-
stump and cuts it, but finds the slip fielder.
Yeah, one bounce.
That was
to,
a quicker delivery, I would say.
yeah, definitely one bounce to Michael Cann at first slip. Maybe if he caught it one-handed, you could have one hand, one bounce, and you're out. Oh,
Oh, that ball slides to the wicket.
I
It
think
hits his.
I think the ball might have hit the stumps there.
It
Rolled onto the base of the stumps, but it didn't dislodge the stump, the
It-
bails.
It may have.
Yeah.
It may have. It rolled real slow.
That's the end of Ballinger's 4th over. And the score is now 41 for 7 off 22. Wales very much on top. Namibia, I think, chasing an unrealistic 232 to win. Davies to continue from our end. The commentator's desk end comes in, left arm around the wicket.
It's the ball
Birkenstock.
past the fielder
Yeah.
for a single. Right now, there's. We really don't know what the strategy Namibia has. Are they going to play out all 45 overs if they can? Or are they going to chase this target as much as they can? Die while fighting? But
Yeah.
like you said, the target looks very unrealistic from
Yeah.
this point onwards.
I think it's a little bit about pride now, isn't it? Getting a decent score so it's not embarrassing. Reverse sweep coming.
And reverse sweep, making contact.
It's actually been a productive show. He goes so early, even I can tell before the bowler bowls what he's going to bowl, what he's going to bat.
But then again, I don't see a reason behind a reverse sweep either, because there is protection on the offside.
Yeah.
Usually that stroke is played if there is no protection on the offside and you
Correct.
see a gap. But then again, think he's feeling comfortable playing that stroke.
Yeah, it does seem, in this situation, it does seem a high risk, low reward shot. You're probably going to get one unless you smash it for 4.
Which I don't think
Yeah.
would happen.
Davis in again. More on the leg stump.
We saw some spin there.
Yeah, worked to square
Pitches
leg
on the
for a
pitches
dot
on the
ball.
leg stump. Spins quite a bit.
So Davis turns to the top of his mark, coming in for the final ball of his 3rd over. Birkenstock on strike, facing him with. Gives himself some room, tries to push it through the offside, gets a thick inside edge to square leg. Kerry Chahal cleans up. End of the over. Namibia move on to 43 for 7 off 23. And that's the end of Davis's over.
So again, you're watching this Pitch Vision live telecast here from Pineland Cricket Club cricket ground in Cape Town, South Africa. I have along with Farik Aziz, your commentator, and I have along with me Habiba Solomon, the scorer, and Zaidan Muller, who is in charge of this stream. And along with me I have Malit Madrasinghe, who is from the Welsh cricket team, assisting with me with commentaries.
It's a good Welsh name, that, Malith Madrasinghe.
A typical Welsh name. Nothing to be surprised given the fact that you have an Indian descent Prime Minister in the United Kingdom.
Correct.
So it has gone from Johns and Smiths in a different direction, which is very welcoming.
Ballinger bowling there outside off stump. The batsman Birkenstock working it to leg side, where Evans tidies up. Ballinger turns, comes in right arm over, past the umpire, down the leg side,
And that's given. That is the 8th wicket, and the batsman is disappointed. He thinks it
So I think he's been given out caught behind.
caught behind. I think the batsman thought it was his thigh pad or his
I think
his
keeper
clothing.
Powell actually took the bails off, so I don't know whether the batsman thought he might have been stumped. Oh, still on, is it? Okay, yeah, cool. So it is caught behind. Ballinger joins the party, takes his first wicket.
And that's the end of Rudy Birkenstock. Birkenstock
What's that number 4?
scored.
That's Trevor Britton.
Birkenstock scored 8 runs of 26 deliveries. And the new man walking in is So the new man walking in is Trevor Britton to join David Hattenberg. As you can see, we have a little Welsh supporter here cheering on his team, and he's quite happy to Corey. Little Corey is quite happy to pause to our cameras. So Trevor Britton is going to face Bellinger, Julian Bellinger. Bellinger has 1 wicket so far. He's on his 5th over, the last ball of the 5th over. So as you can see, Namibia is in deep trouble. The chances of them winning this game, or at least reaching that total, anywhere closer to that total, is a far-fetched attempt. Management have done really well to keep the Namibians at bay. The asking run rate is creeping up to be around 9 per over, and currently they are operating with 1.88, around 2 runs per over. Julian Bellinger to Britton, gently pushes it on his leg side, fielded by Matt Phillips. The obvious figure on the field, tall, built lad. Walking off the field right now. And a substitute coming in for Matt Phillips. The 2 batsmen are David Hartenberg. David Hartenberg had been there for 45 deliveries, and he scored 11 off of 45. And again, he works it on the leg side. Seems like the Namibians are going to occupy the crease as long as they can, because scoring this total has become nearly impossible. Cuts it on the off. Again, finds a fielder. That's a good delivery. It had some turn, beating the batsman.
That's my dad.
So Mark Davis holding a tight line. Again, pitches it up to the batsman, drives on the full. And that's the end of another good Mark Davis over. It's 4 overs, 9 runs given, and the run rate creeping past the 9 run per over mark. Namibia are 44 for 8 at the 25th over. Then Phillips coming back into the field after getting some treatment. Julian Bellinger operating from the far end. Trevor Britton taking strike. Trevor Britton is quite a built individual. Might see some big hits Plays it on the front foot, pushes it down the leg side, finds the fielder. It's a shout and he's out. Trapped LBW. That was an excellent delivery by Julian Ballinger. Pitched outside the off stump and spun sharply into the wickets, wrapping the batsman's pad right in front of the wickets. And that's the end of Trevor Britton. So this is the last pair.
Willie
Van Zyl.
Yeah.
Okay. So the last man in is Willie Van Zyl. Namibia are 44 for 9. Oh, I'm talking to myself. Attempts to pull it, misses, hits the pads, no runs. That's the end of the 44th over. 26th over at 44 for 9. Mark Davis to continue. He will be bowling to David Hartenberg. David Hartenberg has been in the crease for quite some time now. This is his 52nd delivery he'll be facing. Reverse sweeps, this time gets it through the gap, goes for 1 and gets a second run. Glenn Phillips fields it on the boundary line and returns it.
He's been playing the reverse sweep well.
Quite a bit, yeah. He's been making contact with the reverse sweep. But it's so obvious when he gets ready to play the reverse sweep that he's almost in position even before the ball is delivered. Solidly driven on the front foot, straight to the fielder. Again, attempt beats the fielder, gets 2 more. Van Zyl still running. Front foot gently pushed onto the offside. Again, attempted reverse sweep, but this time he doesn't make contact. Mark Davis. Floater delivery, played defensively. So that's the end of the 27th over. 48 for 9, Namibia. Julian Bellinger will be bowling from the far end. Julian Bellinger has bowled 6 overs so far. 5 for 2. He'll be bowling to Van Zyl. Van Zyl cuts it. Might get just 1 run. In fact, they convert it into 2. Good running. And that's 50 runs for the Namibian team. It has come in 27.1 overs. They've lost 9 wickets. And that's a good hit. Pulls it uppishly. And the ball goes to the boundary line, but still they don't cross over for a single. Seems like they're just going to bat out as much as they can. And that's a good catch. That's an excellent catch. And that brings an end to this inning of Namibia. They're all out for 50 on the 28th over. So ladies and gentlemen, this was the game Namibia versus Wales, played at Pineland Cricket Club in Cape Town, South Africa. This morning the Welsh team won the toss and decided to bat. They scored 231 runs in their allotted 45 overs, and they put the Namibians into bat. Namibians had 232 to score to win the game. They ended up scoring 50 runs in 27.2 overs. So this brings a much awaited victory for the Welshmen, and Namibia still are still with no victories. So that brings an end to this live stream through Pitch Vision from Cape Town, along with Habiba Solomon and Zaiden Muller.
Huh?
Lon Kululeku with the camera. I am Farik Aziz, wishing you a nice afternoon. We will be talking to you very soon tomorrow from another game.